Morning, I'm Fred Farias, and it is now 9:01 a.m., and I would like to call the July 25th quarterly board meeting to order. Please be aware that this meeting is being broadcast via the internet, and those present in the boardroom may be visible to the public. Members, when I call your name, please announce present. I, Fred Farias, am present. Stacy Hawk?
Present.
Richard Clemmer?
Present.
Juan Nevares?
Present.
Ashley Thomas? Via Zoom.
Present.
Thank you. Welcome Wilson.
Present.
Emma Walschlager.
Present.
Daniel Wong.
Present.
Luke Schwartz.
Present.
Please record in the minutes that we have a quorum. Please excuse the absence of Javed Anwar due to duties requiring his attention elsewhere. Do I have a motion to approve this absence?
Second.
Motion by Mr. Wilson,
Second.
second by Emma. Members, those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you. The annual Texas Higher Education Leadership Conference, Higher Edge 2024, Today's Student, Tomorrow's Texas, will be held at the AT&T Hotel and Conference Center in Austin on December 12th through 13th. We're excited to bring the energy of today's students to Higher Edge 2024. Students are the core, what we stand for. The students of today are nurses, engineers, business owners, educators, and policymakers of tomorrow. They drive the workforce and the economy. At the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, we empower students through scholarship and internship programs, financial aid, and higher education resources like My Texas Future and Apply Texas. We hope to see you in Austin for 2 days of celebration and excitement surrounding Texas higher education. You will join policymakers and leaders in higher education, business, philanthropy for engaging conversations about today's students, research, innovation, and across policy and of all public, state, and universities and colleges, programs at the cusp of student success, and more. Attendees can continue to expect required training for their 4- and 2-year regents and trustees assignments. Stay tuned for registration details and updates on the coordinating board's website. Next, agenda item 1A. Appreciation of service for Dr. Harrison Keller, Commissioner of Higher Education, and Donna Williams, board member. It is a privilege for me to present the first item of our agenda today, the appreciation of service for our outgoing board member and Vice Chair Donna Williams, and the Commissioner of Higher Education, Dr. Harrison Keller. I will begin with awards for Ms. Williams. Donna, on behalf of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, I extend our deepest gratitude for your exemplary service as Vice Chair and member of this board. Your leadership and dedication have significantly contributed to advancing higher education in Texas, and your remarkable career, marked by numerous accolades and your commitment to excellence, has left an indelible impact. Thank you, Donna. Thank you for your unwavering commitment and outstanding contributions to the state of Texas. Donna, we have 2 presentations for you today. The first is a resolution of appreciation from the board, and it reads, whereas Donna N. Williams was appointed to the board of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board by Governor Greg Abbott on March 9th, 2018, and was appointed as vice chair by Governor Abbott on June 3rd, 2021. And whereas during her term on this board, Ms. Williams served with great distinction, not only as vice chair of the board of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, but also as vice chair and chair of the Committee on Academic and Workforce Success, and as a member of the Committee on Innovation, Data, and Educational Analytics. And whereas the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board benefit greatly from her engineering knowledge and expertise, which resulted in deeper discussions about engineering programs in higher education at all levels that will continue to benefit education of engineering professionals and the citizens of Texas. And whereas her reputation as a well-respected and proven community leader and businesswoman in Houston brought greater visibility to this agency, to its initiatives, and to the needs of college students, for whom she has been a caring advocate. Whereas Ms. Williams' legacy includes her vital role on the search committee to select Commissioner of Higher Education, who is guiding the state's efforts towards building a talent-strong Texas. And whereas Ms. Williams has earned a deep admiration and respect of her colleagues, coordinating board staff, and institutions of higher education due to her dedication, enthusiasm, professionalism, and hard work. And whereas Ms. Williams' service to the Board of Trustees for the Texas Higher Education Foundation reflects her commitment to the support of higher education access and success for students across Texas. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board on this 25th day of July, 2024, express our deepest appreciation to Donna N. Williams for her service as a member of the board and her unwavering dedication to higher education for all the people of Texas. Be it further resolved that the resolution be included in the minutes and that a copy of the resolution signed by the board, members of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, be presented to Donna Williams in recognition of the high esteem in which she is held. Members, do I have a motion for the approval of resolution for Ms. Williams?
So moved.
I have a motion by Ms. Hawk. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Clemmer. Any discussion? Hearing none. Members, those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion passes. Congratulations and thank you, Donna. Donna, the second presentation we have for you today is the commendation for your service from the governor's office. Please come forward and join me at the front of the room. I also have another presentation, as I mentioned. This one, and I'm representing the governor of the state of Texas, Governor Abbott. Governor Abbott sends this on your behalf for all your service on the coordinating board. From the state of Texas, Governor Abbott sends to all to whom these presents shall come. Greetings. Know ye that this official certificate is presented to Donna Williams in recognition of and appreciation for her years of meritorious service to the state of Texas as vice chair and member of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, 2018 through 2024. In testimony thereof, signed here, Governor Greg Abbott, Governor of Texas. Donna, I should have asked you, would you like to say a few words? Oh, okay. Okay. She had to leave. Okay. Next, today's marks a significant moment as we recognize the departure of our esteemed Commissioner of Higher Education, Dr. Harrison Keller. Oh, Donna, I wanted to ask, there's a microphone here. I wanted to ask you if you'd like to say a few words. Yes, you can, yes. You can speak to one of the other microphones if you'd like.
Thank you. Okay. All righty. As I bid my farewell to my tenure at the Texas Higher Education Board, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to Governor Abbott for the opportunity to serve in this esteemed role. It has been an honor and a privilege to work alongside such dedicated and talented board members. During my time here, we have achieved significant milestones that have a lasting impact on the higher education in Texas. Our efforts in college career advising have provided students with clear pathways to success, and our initiatives to enhance student success to improve transferability have made higher education more accessible and more efficient. We launched the data modernization program, and I know Stacy, you'll like that. I know you're a data person. A crucial step toward making informed decisions that benefit students and institutions alike, as well as the legislature. Our work on community college finance has laid a strong foundation for future improvements, ensuring that these vital institutions receive the support that they need to thrive. Furthermore, our collaboration with workforce innovation has strengthened the connection between education and employment, preparing students for evolving demands in the marketplace. One of our core focuses has been increasing the value of education credentials, what we call credentials of value. By aligning our programs with industry needs, we have ensured that the credentials our students earn are meaningful and relevant in the marketplace. This is not only serves, oh, lost my place there right quick. Sorry about that. This not only enhances employability of graduates, but also boosts the confidence of employers, the skills, and having a knowledgeable workforce. I also want to extend a heartfelt thank you to the incredible staff. Your dedication and hard work and unwavering support have been instrumental in all of the achievements. Your expertise and commitment on the mission have made all the difference, and I'm deeply grateful for your assistance. I'm proud of what we've accomplished together, and I'm confident that the board will continue to build on these successes. Thank you for your support, dedication, commitment to the mission of enhancing the higher education in Texas. It has been an incredible journey, and I'm grateful that I had a part in it. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Thank you. All right, take care. Today marks again a significant moment as we recognize the departure of our esteemed Commissioner of Higher Education, Dr. Harrison Keller. From launching a building Talent Strong Texas to prioritizing the agency's data modernization work to strengthening our college and career advising and prioritizing student success initiatives, his tenure has been marked by remarkable achievements from the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board team and his innovative leadership that have transformed higher education in Texas and across the nation. As he embarks on his new journey as the 17th president of the University of North Texas, it is important to reflect on milestones and successes the coordinating board has carried out the past several years. Building a talent-strong Texas under Commissioner Keller's leadership, we initiated the Building a Talent-Strong Texas plan, setting a new national standard for focusing on credentials of value. This initiative not only guided our strategic direction, but also sparked critical policy discussions nationwide. Historic investments in strategic priorities, thanks to the goals and the metrics laid out by Building a Talent-Strong Texas, Commissioner Keller and the team have worked with legislators and higher education leaders over the years to advocate for historic funding and resources to better support Texas students, institutions, and our stakeholders. From championing the policies to bolster university research and innovative efforts to overhauling the community college finance system and developing innovative financial aid and work-based learning programs. Expanding agency operations, his vision for higher education in Texas has prompted our agency to expand our scope of work to be a better resource, partner, and advocate. There are new divisions within the agency dedicated to supporting student success strategies, advancing digital learning across the state, and partnering with employers on workforce innovation. Modernizing educational data infrastructure, recognizing the importance of data-driven decision-making. Commissioner Keller spearheaded the modernization of Texas educational and workforce data infrastructure. And now the team is committed to making valuable data more accessible, actionable for institutions and policymakers. Supporting college and career advising. His vision expanded the coordinating board's role to support college and career advising from middle schools to adult learners, including initiatives like Texas On Course and My Texas Future website, ensuring all students have access to essentially advising resources so they can earn a credential of value and benefit from Texas' world-class economy. In closing, Commissioner Keller's tenure has been defined not only by the remarkable accomplishments of the team has been able to also achieve, but also his unwavering dedication to serving students and institutions with integrity and excellence. His leadership has set a standard of excellence that will continue to guide us in the years ahead. Please join me in expressing our deepest gratitude to Commissioner Keller for his extraordinary service and wishing him continued success in his new role. I'm going to have you say a few words. Commissioner, would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, so good morning and thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. So first, I would like to also extend my heartfelt thanks to Donna for her service to the board and to the state. She's been an exemplary vice chair, a great friend also to me, and so I want to say I personally also am deeply grateful of your support and your tireless efforts on this board, Donna, and thank you. I want to say thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the board for your kind words. So when I joined the coordinating board in 2019, I knew there was enormous potential for this agency and for the state and higher education policy. I didn't actually have any idea about what I'd agreed to take on, though, especially the fact that I'd get about 5 months in the job and all of the sudden we were facing a global pandemic and having to support the institutions through incredible disruptions. I am so proud of what we've accomplished together in less than 5 years. And we've advanced the agency, we've advanced higher education and expanded opportunities across the state. As you know, Mr. Chairman, I'm a firm believer in vocation. I believe we have a responsibility to use our talents to work on the world, and is a tremendous gift to have the opportunity to do this work along with talented and committed colleagues, board members, legislators, higher education leaders, and so many other stakeholders. So the milestones, the successes that you outlined, and many others highlight the progress that we've been able to make together. And I am especially grateful to Governor Abbott and to the board for this opportunity. I'm also very grateful to the governor's excellent team. I want to call out in particular Brady Franks and Sarah Hicks for their partnership, their support over the years. The Lieutenant Governor's office has also been an excellent partner, Marisha, and you and Marion have been incredible partners, and from the Speaker's office, Daniel. It means a lot to have you here, and thank you for your partnership, and also thank you to Andrew and the rest of the team in the Speaker's office. We've had incredible chairs from our standing committees, from appropriations and Senate Finance as well. In particular, I wanted to call out, though, our higher education institutions. So when I became commissioner, I committed that we needed to realign the agency from a more conventional regulatory posture to emphasizing our mission and our responsibilities to be a resource and a partner and an advocate for higher education. And so we've made tremendous progress and changes at the agency, but none of this would have been possible if we weren't able to work in close collaboration with our institutions across every sector, across multiple systems, across different types of institutions, and really what I think needs to go needs to be recognized, needs to be honored, is how much we were able to do through that collaboration. Historically, people think about higher education more as in competition with each other. But if you look at what happens when you get all 50 community colleges all pulling in the same direction, or our emerging research universities all coming together around a new vision for advancing their research mission across Texas, or all our institutions getting together around expanding financial aid, we've been able to do some incredible work together. And finally, I did also want to recognize our team, which has rightly been recognized by the State Higher Education Association as the finest in the nation. We have had a really exceptional leadership team from our current team with our deputy commissioners, David Troutman and Sarah Keaton, our associate commissioners, as we've expanded workforce education support with Lee Rector, excellent government relations and engagement with Amy Peterson, our communication, our rebranding work with Marjorie Barrett, our work across the entire agency and the new divisions that you mentioned. It means a lot to me that we have some of our former leadership team here as well. And so I'm glad to see Ray Martinez, who's a great partner in his new role, but also was one of the great partners as a deputy commissioner, and also Lori Fye, who laid the groundwork on our data work. We've come so far because of what we've been able to do together. And so my hope and my commitment in my new role is that we continue to advance this vision for higher education and what we'd be able to accomplish as a resource, as a partner, as an advocate for higher education. And I want to say again, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I deeply appreciate your partnership and your support, and I look forward to continuing to work with you in my new role.
Thank you, Commissioner. And again, congratulations on the new role. Commissioner, we also will present you with a resolution of appreciation from the board. And so, members, do I have a motion for approval of the resolution for Commissioner Keller?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, motion by Mr. Clemmer. Do I have a second? Second by Emma. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item 1B, which is the introduction of new members. This item on the agenda is for newly appointed board members. The first appointee is Juan J. Nevares. Juan Nevares of Dallas, Texas, is Executive Vice President of Scout Energy Partners and is a registered professional engineer in Texas. He has over 28 years of experience in upstream oil and gas. He is an executive member of the Texas Tech University System Foundation Board of Directors, Texas Tech Engineering Dean's Council, Texas Tech Petroleum Industry Advisory Board, Professional Engineering Exam Committee, Society of Petroleum Engineers, and ADAM Energy Forum. He is also a Dallas CASA advocate and a member of the executive committee of the Dallas CASA Board. Nevares was born in a small farming village in northern Mexico and grew up in Juarez, right across from El Paso, Texas. He received a Bachelor of Science in Petroleum Engineering from Texas Tech University and a Master of Business Administration and Finance from California State University. Juan, welcome to the coordinating board. Would you like to say a few words?
Good morning. Yeah, it is truly a pleasure to join this board. I'm thankful, honor to Governor Abbott for appointing me in this board. There's two things that you mentioned. One thing that defines me, I'm an immigrant. The second thing that defines me is I was adopted. And when you see it, the two things that I volunteered for is Dallas Casa, that obviously advocates for foster kids. And then the second one is education. Education changed my life from coming from a poor family to what I've been able to accomplish with a lot of help from a lot of people and a lot of support from a lot of my peers. But that's really what I want to do. I don't want to be the first generation student. I want to be someone that brings a lot of people along with me. So that's really what defines me. And that's why I wanted to join this board. Thank you.
Welcome, Juan, and we look forward to working with you. Thank you. The second appointee is Lucas B. Schwartz. Luke is from Tyler and was appointed to the coordinating board by Governor Abbott in June. He will serve as the board student representative through May 31st, 2025. Schwartz is a second-year medical student in the inaugural class at the University of Texas at Tyler School of Medicine. By the way, Luke, which this board approved. He is also pursuing a Master of Business Administration with an emphasis on healthcare management. He graduated from Texas A&M University in 2023 with a Bachelor of Science in Nutrition and also holds a Science and Biology Associates from Tyler Junior College. Luke, welcome to the coordinating board. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you for the introduction, Mr. Chairman. So as you said, my name is Luke Schwartz, and it is an absolute honor and a privilege to be up here serving amongst the distinguished members of our board and the distinguished members of our agency as the Texas Higher Education Foundation as a whole. Higher education has always been something I've been passionate about. As he mentioned, I've been through it at every step along the way from a dual credit student in high school. I then went on to earn my associates at Tyler Junior College and then Texas A&M. And now I'm working on my professional degree and a master's degree. And so the issues that this board is addressing are issues I've dealt with along every step of the way. So getting to be a part of the solution and getting to be a part of working towards making Texas higher education better, taking that active role is an absolute honor and a privilege. And I cannot thank you enough for letting me be involved in it.
Thank you and welcome, Luke. And we look forward to working with you as well. Agenda item 1C of the committee assignments. And that was effective June 17th, which I made the following assignments. For the Committee on Academic and Workforce Success, I assigned Emma Walschlager as the chair, Dr. Daniel Wong as vice chair, and Javed Anwar, myself, Stacy Hawk, and Ashley Thomas as committee members. For the Committee on Innovation, Data, and Educational Analytics, Javed Anwar remains the chair. I assigned Stacy Hawk as vice chair, and Richard Clemmer, myself, Juan Nevares, Welcome Wilson, and Daniel Wong are also members of that committee. For the Agency Operations Committee, I've assigned Welcome Wilson as the chair, Richard Clemmer as the vice chair, myself, Juan Nevares, Ashley Thomas, and Emma Walschlager as committee members. Additionally, Luke Schwartz has been assigned ex officio member for all three committees. Next, agenda item 2 is the commissioner's remarks. The commissioner will provide his remarks on some of the agenda items that we will be discussing today. Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So there's several items on the agenda today that we're going to be excited to discuss with you all. So our major policy discussion is going to build on some of the themes from the April board meeting. And so we're going to focus on applications, admissions, implications of FAFSA. Dr. David Troutman is going to lead a discussion on the implementation and the impact of the new Apply Texas, which we've worked on in close partnership with institutions across the state. We're also going to have an in-depth discussion of our new direct admissions option that we're going to be excited to roll out in partnership with institutions this fall. And we'll have a brief update on where things are with FAFSA. That conversation is going to be important to ground some of the future updates that we'll provide to the board, especially as we roll out some of these new resources. Next, we're going to be thrilled to present to the board our new community college finance resources. So as part of implementing the new community college finance system, our team has developed a dedicated section on our website with incredibly rich resources. You can see models, all of the data points, a new simulation tool with the colleges to support our community colleges across the state. This is the product of close collaboration with Ray and his team at the Association of Community Colleges and also community college leaders across the state. Our staff is going to showcase the main features of that site, provide some brief demonstrations of data tools. We are also going to get a presentation from our colleagues at the Cancer Prevention and Research Institute of Texas. We've wanted to do this for a while to have folks from CPRIT come and share with us some of the recent advancements and some of the ongoing initiatives in cancer research and prevention. And so we look forward to that presentation and to working even more closely with CPRIT going forward. Our team will also present an overview of our work on a proposed legislative appropriations request, including a couple of potential exceptional items for the next legislative session. So we still are waiting on the instructions from the leadership. But when those come over, then we look forward to refining those in consultation with you, Mr. Chairman, and the board. And the exceptional items that we will be focused on today are first student financial aid, and then also funding for our research and development initiatives. So this is an important board meeting. We're going to cover a lot of critical topics and look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Members, any questions to the Commissioner? If not, we'll move on to the next agenda item, which is public testimony. We have not received any public testimony today, so we will move on to the next agenda item, which is item 4A, which is consideration and possible action to approve the minutes from the April 25th, 2024 quarterly board meeting. Do I have a motion for approval, which you've had in advance to review the minutes for the quarterly April board meeting? Motion by Mr. Wilson, second. Second by Mr. Nevares. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Thank you. Any opposition? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you. Agenda item 4B is consideration and possible action to approve the minutes from the June 18th, 2024 special called board meeting. Do I have a motion for the approval of the minutes for the June special call board meeting? A motion by Ms. Hawk. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Clemmer. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, the motion passes. Next is a consent calendar. The consent calendar includes non-controversial items that we think we can approve without comment or discussion. This allows us to save time for other items that need more of our attention. Highlighted items in gray are the consent items on the agenda. You have had time, members, in advance to review the items, and of course, any board member can request that an agenda item be removed from the consent calendar. That'll give us the opportunity to discuss the items in full detail fully later in the meeting. We're going to take up the consent calendar in two parts, non-rule items and then rule items. The items that we have placed on non-rule consent are 7F, consideration and possible action to acknowledge gifts and donations to the board. 8E, consideration and possible action to approve the appointment of members to the Financial Aid Advisory Committee. 8F, consideration and possible action to approve faculty salary increase report, General Appropriations Act, House Bill 1, Article 3, Section 287, 88th Texas Legislature. 8G, consideration and possible action to approve the report on student financial aid in Texas higher education fiscal year 2023, General Appropriations Act, House Bill 1, Article 3, Section 24, 88th Texas Legislature. 10B, consideration and possible action to adopt the recommendation relating to the January 2024 annual compliance reports for institutions under a certificate of authorization, names beginning with A through O. 10C, consideration and possible action to approve the 2024 Autism Grant Program Annual Progress Report. 10D, consideration and possible action to adopt the report on the effectiveness of the Open Educational Resource Grant Program, General Appropriations Act, House Bill 1, Article 3, Section 4488, Texas Legislature. 10E, report on activities of the Family Practice Residency Advisory Committee, including the report on trusted funds distributed for fiscal year 2025. 10F, consideration and possible action to adopt the Family Practice Residency Advisory Committee's recommendation relating to distribution of funds trusted to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board to support family practice residency programs for the fiscal year 2025. 10G, report on activities of the 1, Certification Advisory Council, 2, the Learning Technology Advisory Committee, 3, the Lower Division Academic Course Guide Manual Committee, 4, the Texas Transfer Advisory Committee. 10H, consideration and possible action to appoint members to the 1, Apply Texas Advisory Committee, 2, Certification Advisory Council, 3, the Learning Technology Advisory Committee, 4, the Texas Transfer Advisory Committee. 11C, report on grants and contracts. 11F 1 through 3, auditor's update on internal audit reports and activities. 11G, consideration and possible action to approve the compliance monitoring plan for the fiscal year 2025. 11H 1 through 8, auditor's update on state and federal compliance monitoring reports and activities. Members, at this time, I would like to withdraw agenda item 11G from consent. 11G is consideration and possible action to approve the compliance monitoring plan for fiscal year 2025. Does anyone want to add any items to the non-rule consent calendar? Does anyone want to remove any other items? Do I have a motion to approve the non-rule consent calendar as amended? Okay, a motion by Dr. Wong. Do I have a second? Second by Ms. Hawk. Any discussion? Member, those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, the motion passes. Members, the next item on the consent agenda is board rules. The rules placed on the consent calendar are either technical, conforming, or implement non-controversial policies around which there is consensus. Members, the rules on the consent calendar today are 8H1, consideration and possible action to adopt proposed amendments to Board Rules Chapter 13, Subchapter Q, Sections 13.501 through 13.503 concerning the financial aid for Swift Transfer Program, FAST. 8H2, consideration and possible action to adopt proposed amendments to Board Rules Chapter 13, Subchapter R, Sections 13.522 through 13.525 and 13.528 through 13.529 concerning audit and reporting provisions related to community college finance. 8H4, consideration and possible action to repeal Board Rules Chapter 13, Subchapter S, Sections 13.560 through 13.562 concerning formula transition funding, payment schedules, and limitations on spending. 8H8, consideration and possible action to adopt new board rules, Chapter 23, Subchapter A, Sections 23.1 through 23.3 concerning general provisions. 8H9, consideration and possible action to adopt amendments to Board Rules Chapter 23, Subchapter G, Sections 23.187 through 23.189 and 23.193, and new Section 23.190 concerning the Nursing Faculty Loan Repayment Assistance Program. 8H10 is consideration and possible action to adopt the repeal of Board Rules Chapter 23, Subchapter G, Sections 23.190 through 23.192 and 23.194 concerning the Nursing Faculty Loan Repayment Assistance Program. 10J1, consideration and possible action to adopt proposed amendments to Board Rules Chapter 1, Subchapter T, Sections 1.220 through 1.223, 1.225, and 1.226 concerning the Workforce Education Course Manual Advisory Committee. 10J2, consideration and possible action to adopt proposed amendments to Board Rules Chapter 2, Subchapter A, Sections 2.3, 2.5, 2.7, 2.8, and 2.9 concerning general provisions to set out the policies and procedures institutions must follow to make administrative requests relating to academic planning, policy, and programs. 10J4, consideration and possible action to adopt proposed amendments to Board Rules, Chapter 2, Subchapter C, Section 2.41, concerning the preliminary planning process for new degree programs. 10J5, consideration and possible action to adopt proposed amendments to Board Rules, Chapter 2, Subchapter D, Section 2.58, concerning the approval process for new academic associate degree programs. 10J6, consideration and possible action to adopt proposed amendments to Board Rules, Chapter 2, Subchapter E, Section 2.87, concerning the criteria for new baccalaureate degree programs at public junior colleges. 10J7, consideration and possible action to adopt proposed amendments to Board Rules, Chapter 2, Subchapter G, Sections 2.145 and 2.151, concerning the approval process for new doctoral and professional degree programs. 10J8, consideration and possible action to adopt proposed amendments to Board Rules, Chapter 2, Subchapter I, Sections 2.181 and 2.182, concerning review of existing degree programs at public universities and public health-related institutions. As you can see, we've been doing a lot of work, and thank you, staff. And there's still more to come. There's a lot of things that go on behind the scenes, as you can tell. Next, 10J12, consideration and possible action to new Board Rules, Chapter 2, Subchapter N, Sections 2.320 through 2.330, concerning the process for maintenance and approval of a career and technical education course in the Workforce Education Course Manual. 10J15, consideration and possible action to adopt proposed amendments to Board Rules, Chapter 4, Subchapter B, Sections 4.32, 4.33, and 4.35, concerning implementation of an alternative framework for the field of study curricula. 10J16, consideration and possible action to adopt new Board Rules, Chapter 10, Subchapter D, Sections 10.90 and 10.98, concerning administration of the Rural Residency Physician Grant Program. 10J17, consideration and possible action to adopt new Board Rules, Chapter 10, Subchapter E, Sections 10.110 through 10.117, concerning administration of the Professional Nursing Shortage Reduction Grant Program. 10J18, consideration and possible action to adopt new Board Rules, Chapter 10, Subchapter TT, Sections 10.910 through 10.917, concerning the Texas Working Off-Campus Reinforcing Knowledge and Skills Internship Program. 10J19, consideration and possible action to repeal Board Rules, Chapter 21, Subchapter W, Sections 21.700 through 21.707, concerning the Texas Working Off-Campus Reinforcing Knowledge and Skills Internship Program. 11I1, consideration and possible action to adopt the repeal of Board Rules, Chapter 1, Subchapter A, Section 1.10, concerning the Public Information Act. 11I2, consideration and possible action to adopt proposed amendments to Board Rules, Chapter 1, Subchapter A, Section 1.8, concerning historically underutilized businesses. Do I have a motion for the approval of the rule consent calendar?
I'll move.
I have a motion by Emma. Do I have a second? Second by Rick Clemmer. Thank you. Any discussion? After I drink some water, I think he's kidding when he said he asked, if you didn't hear, he asked me to repeat that, but I think that is, in my tenure on the board, that's the longest consent. So now, all in favor, please signifying by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you all very much. Next, agenda item 6 is the major policy discussion. Major policy discussions are topics of interest where the staff, policy experts, and/or stakeholders provide the coordinating board members with information on higher education policy matters or initiatives that have the potential to impact Texas statewide. The major policy discussion today will focus on applications, admissions, and FAFSA update. Dr. David Troutman, the Deputy Commissioner for Academic Affairs, will present this agenda item and be available for questions. Dr. Troutman.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Chairman, board members, and Commissioner. I'm Dr. David Troutman. I'm the Deputy Commissioner for Academic Affairs, and I have with me.
I'm Laura Brennan. I'm Assistant Commissioner for College and Career Advising.
So today we're gonna take a deep dive into applications, admissions, and financial aid going on in the state of Texas. When we zoom out a bit and we think about the conversations we had yesterday during the committee hearing, looking at T3, we see that more than 1 out of 4 high school students don't even attempt to go to college. 28%. That's such a missed opportunity. And we as an agency have the privilege and right to manage our application system in Texas. And so we have been able to concentrate a lot of energy on updating that. Also, through some work that Marjorie Barrett's team had done with some focus groups with parents and students, we know that there's a lot of fear associated with attempting to go to college. How can we reduce that stress? How can we lower that stress to ease the student's mind to understand the pathway towards higher education and the benefits of higher education? And then also reflecting on our Talent Strong Texas plan. We were about 4.5 years out from striving towards 550,000 credentials of value per year by 2030. The only way we're going to be doing that is by increasing our pipeline of student population as they enter into higher education in the state of Texas. So today we're going to take a deep dive. So I welcome questions as we go through and talking about the things that we've accomplished thus far this year and last year. But before we do that, I want to make sure that I acknowledge individuals in the room and at our agency that have really helped support this effort. While it's championed by College and Career Advising, there were multiple divisions within our agency that supported this effort. And so I want to call them out by name. So Sarah Keaton, Melissa Henderson, Marjorie Barrett, Nicole Bunker Henderson from the executive team, really helping champion the movement that we've made by implementing Apply Texas, the modernized Apply Texas. Within Laura's team, Molly Gully, Jaslyn Rose, and Claudette Jinks. From Marjorie Barrett's team, Michael Kelly and Stephanie Perez. From project management, Wes Hansen. And then from our ISS team. So our IT is crucial to the success of this effort. So Layla Young and her team worked countless hours. And when I mean countless, some days they were working till 2 to 3 in the morning to make sure that we had updated technology so that we could support students and also protect the data. That's the center point here, is we making sure that in our technology world that we're protecting students' data as it's being transferred over to our institutions. And then lastly, I want to thank Harrison Keller for his guidance and support as we went through this journey. So thank you so much for your vision of how you allowed us the opportunity to build this. And then I want to mention Laura Brennan. I haven't talked about her yet. I just want to commend her passion and dedication to this effort. She spent countless hours supporting and championing. And I haven't, in my career, she's one of few individuals that I've seen so much passion with supporting students to make sure they have an opportunity. So I want to turn it over to Laura to take a deeper dive into what we've accomplished thus far.
Thank you very much, David. And thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk to y'all today. I'm really excited to share where we are. We can go to next slide, please. So first, I'll just start with what is available now and what is coming up for us. Next slide. So right now, we have My Texas Future out and available for all Texans. So My Texas Future is the digital resource for all things college and career planning, available to K-12 students, so starting as early as 7th grade, to adults. So if you go to the website now, you'll be given the opportunity to say who you are, and it'll direct you to the right experience, because obviously we're not going to give the same experience to a 7th grader as we do to an adult who is returning to higher education. So we released My Texas Future in phases. We released the My Texas Future for adults last year in the fall. And then this year, at the beginning of the year, we released My Texas Future, what we call 2.0, which is focused on serving the K-12 population. Next, we have Apply Texas redesign. So we released this revamped Apply Texas that we'll dig into in a little bit in June of this year. And then coming up, we're very excited to talk to you today about the Direct Admissions Initiative. So this will be available this fall for the graduating class of 2025. And we'll dig into exactly what that looks like. Next slide. Okay, so Apply Texas. I want to rewind a little bit because there has been incredible planning that has gone into the Apply Texas process. Next slide. So back in fall of 2022, with philanthropic funds, we were able to engage a user-centered design group to really dig in to understand what students need in the application journey. So they conducted hundreds of hours of empathetic interviews with 55 students representing a diverse group across Texas to really understand what that experience is like for them. In these interviews, they actually dug into the application process. They walked through applications with the students. They talked to them about their goals, about blockers, about challenges that they were facing in the application process to really get into the mindset of students. So that is incredibly important in our design process, is really understanding the mindset of students and how we can best support them in this, what can be a incredibly anxiety-filled process of applying to college. So with that information, we established personas. So personas are groups that perhaps have different pain points or different motivations for the application process or for college as a whole. So that helps us to organize user journeys to really design the application that would work for a variety of students, a diverse group of students representing diverse needs, diverse pain points, and diverse motivations. So this research was really the foundation for how we design the application. Next slide. Additionally, we've been engaged with the higher education community through the Apply Texas Advisory Committee, which I know you are aware of as you're approving the members who are joining each year. And this has been in place since 2013. And they do a variety of things in collaboration with us and have been incredible partners in this work. So in particular to the redesign, they really helped us to understand what the informational needs are for the application. We'll dig into a new feature in the application, which is the core questions, which really minimizes the times that students re-enter information. So previously, there was a lot of times where students were answering the same questions multiple times. By creating a set of core questions, that limits this. And the advisory committee was critical to validating what should be included in these core questions. In addition, they are our thought partners for consultation and ongoing feedback with changes to the application. And they're also able to make recommendations from their campus, from their perspective, that the committee members vote on and then deliver the recommendation to us to consider for implementation. Next slide. So let's get to the actual redesign. And this is the exciting thing. And also you can go to this website now and take a look at the look and feel. It is available. As I said, it launched in June. But I'll just highlight a few of the differentiating factors for this application versus the previous version. So one of the things that we learned from talking to students is often they entered the process and it was very difficult to know what they needed to bring to the table. What kind of documentation should they have ready for them? What were they going to answer in the different sections? It was often pretty confusing for students. So one thing that we made very clear in the new application is they get a step-by-step guide through each section. So they know what information they're going to provide. So it's not a surprise when you're asking about parent information. They know that is what is coming in this section. So that was one key difference. Another key difference I mentioned briefly was this core questions idea. So we saw in the previous application, students are, like I said, entering answers to questions that they perhaps already answered for another application. So it was really about trying to consolidate this into a group of core questions so they answer it once. And then when they're applying to multiple institutions, they're able to then just answer the few questions that institution asks, because the institutions have the ability to create custom questions to get the information that they need. So then that just makes the process more streamlined for the students. They answer those core questions once, and then they answer the individual questions from the institution per institution that they're applying to. Additionally, and this is a net new feature, there's a customized dashboard. So this allows the student to see their progress as a whole. So how many completed applications do they have? What are the upcoming deadlines? What are the upcoming actions that they need to take, all in one place? So once they have already been through the application and they're coming back to visit, because we know that a student doesn't just go to this site once, they come back multiple times. When they come back to visit, they go to the dashboard and they see that overall look at where they are, what they need to do, really prioritizing the key actions that they need to do and making that very clear to the student. That was another insight surfaced through our interviews with students. Often it was a little bit of a black box of knowing, okay, what's next? Did I complete all my steps? So we're trying to make that very clear with this dashboard. Additionally, another net new feature is the transcript request and tracking. So previously, and often was the case, a student would fill out a little quarter sheet of paper, hand it into their counselor, and their counselor would have to process the transcript very manually. This was not tracked anywhere in an application. So the student would have to follow up, ask questions to know whether or not their transcript had been sent, whether or not their transcript had been received. So I'm really excited about this new feature that allows the student to request the transcript within the application, and then they can track the status along the way. So they can see when their transcript has been requested, been received by their counselor in their high school, and then has actually been received by their institution. So that is all within the application, which was not available previously. Anything else you'd like to add, David or Commissioner? Great. Next slide, please. And just a little bit more information about the launch and what we've been doing since launch. So we launched on June 10th. And I list out that really it was like launching 3 different tools, because we have the applicant portal. That is what the applicants experience. There's 9 different application types. So, we have 2-year, 4-year, we have dual credit, we have international students. So this is a very complex applicant portal and the different types of applications available. Then we have the admin portal. So that is what the institutions use to manage the application process. So this was also revised for administrators. And then we have the counselor suite. So the counselor suite is what the K-12 counselors use to track the progress of their students. And again, like I highlighted, there's the new transcript feature as well. So all of these products were released on June 10th. And since then, we've received feedback from the field and have been working diligently to resolve issues that have arisen. And we have been conducting biweekly maintenance updates to address some of the issues that were surfaced. With any new application launch, there will be bugs. So we're resolving those bugs. We're making changes based on administrator feedback from institutions to the admin portal functionality. And then also, new insights were surfaced when you have a large group of students using the tool that perhaps there needed to be some changes to, slight changes to user experience. So one thing I want to highlight is this is dynamic. This is not a one and done thing. We are consistently getting information in and making the changes needed so that we can best serve the students, the administrators, and the counselors.
I have a question. Actually, a couple questions. Number one, is there a cost for the application to the student? And also, what's the differentiation between the Common App and what Texas is doing?
Sure. Great question. So the cost to the student is driven by the institution. So some institutions do not charge an application fee. Other institutions do, and they pay directly to the institution. We are not an intermediary in the application fee process. And then Commissioner, would you?
Go ahead.
In terms of your question around the Common App, so really Apply Texas is like Texas's version of the Common App. So very similarly, the Common App has a similar structure of core questions and then, allowing the institution to customize questions and then a tracking dashboard. We're doing this for Texas. And one of the changes recently, and I believe perhaps you were going to highlight, Commissioner, was now we are not taxing the public institutions to use Apply Texas. So this is a service we're able to offer the public institutions.
And so currently we have 117 public and private institutions using Apply Texas, both at the undergraduate and graduate levels. And then I think the range is from zero cost to application fees as high as $75. Is that correct in saying that?
I would have quoted exactly. I don't know all the application fees, but yeah.
Roughly.
For the student from the institution.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Chair, can I have a question too? Real
Yes,
quick. Yeah,
yes, Dr. Wong, go ahead.
appreciate it. I just want you talk a little bit about how is our outreach program to the counselor. A lot of students really rely on the counselor to do that actually. So do we have any kind of like extra effort to reach out to the counselor? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Absolutely. We are in a very unique position in the state of Texas that we have the Texas On-Course resources. So Texas On-Course was initially designed for K-12 counselors and advisors. We've expanded to serve higher ed advisors as well, but we have a great, really remarkable recognition in high schools across Texas. If you call really any high school district office and ask them if they know and use Texas On-Course, they're aware. I think the high schools we're in represent about 95% of the students across the state of Texas with Texas On-Course. So we have a direct outreach to those Texas On-Course counselors and advisors that can help make implementation of Apply Texas and also My Texas Future much more easy for schools and districts because we have that direct outreach and the resources available to them. One thing I'll also highlight is with My Texas Future, we are building implementation toolkits that all of the counselors through Texas On-Course will be able to access and then enroll in modules that are available through Texas On-Course to learn more about how to best use the resources in their school.
So how do we handle situations where students don't have internet access in rural areas or don't have access to the internet to apply for college?
They can still submit a paper version, but really this effort has been focused on the digital product of Apply Texas.
But thank you for noting that. I think
Yeah.
we can think through strategically about how we can support those individual students that don't have Wi-Fi across the state, because we know that's a systemic problem in Texas.
Right. And so I think also my understanding is that counselors can also assist students in the process. Right, obviously. Okay.
I would also highlight that with all of our redesign of My Texas Future and Apply Texas, it's much more mobile friendly. So students can use our tools on their mobile device, which I think opens up a lot for
Mhm.
especially the students you're talking about.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions so far for the presenters? Okay, you can continue. Thank you.
Great. Okay, moving on. So now we'll talk about our new direct admissions initiative, which I'm incredibly excited to share with you progress and how this will function for students. And really, it's the rising class of seniors who are going to be able to benefit from this initiative, which is really exciting. So moving on, I'll showcase that this is My Texas Future. This is the look and feel of the site. You can use this QR code to visit it now and just get a sense of what the tool looks like. There's career planning, there's program search, so individuals can see sort of what careers are available and what careers they may be interested in, and then the programs at individual Texas colleges and universities that can lead to those career pathways. So what we're looking at right now is the career assessment, and they can get some recommendations for careers by completing this short, less than 5-minute assessment. So we are building My Texas Future to be the digital resource. So I think you have probably heard it before, but I think most Texans know to go to texas.gov for all their licensing and registration needs. We want My Texas Future to be the place to go for all Texans who are planning for or preparing for higher education and just exploring in as early as 7th grade. So we're really building this as the resource where everything then will come from. We'll build a connection to Apply Texas. So ultimately, when students begin their My Texas Future profile as early as 7th grade, you can see in the tool now where some of the questions have a little Apply Texas indicator, which means that these are questions that are on Apply Texas. And so in the future, we will build a integration to where the students complete this profile information in My Texas Future and build it over time, like I said, as early as 7th grade. So by the time they're applying to college in their senior year, that will automatically populate their Apply Texas with their consent. So that will save a tremendous amount of time and effort and stress for the students who are beginning the application process. So I know we talked, David introduced this conversation with the gap of students who are not considering or not applying. By beginning earlier in the process and doing it step by step over time, we're making the application process much smoother ultimately for that student. Okay, next slide. So I want to talk about direct admissions, and I started with My Texas Future because direct admissions will live within My Texas Future. So for our initial rollout of direct admissions, we are planning for students to self-report their student data, and they will be presented with a list of schools for which they're accepted based on their student data. I'll walk through the exact user experience in the next slide, but I just wanted to call out here that this is the phase 1 implementation of direct admissions, where we are relying on self-reported data. We are in the planning process for a phase 2, which would incorporate administrative data sets and more proactively be able to notify students of, hey, Sally student, you have XYZ in your academic record. You are eligible for this college and perhaps scholarship. So that's the other part of the phase 2 is we're focused on delivering financial aid information in the direct admissions offers. So one important piece of that puzzle is the state fully funding need-based aid. So if we're able to, from a state perspective, have need-based aid fully funded, you can imagine that the student who is getting that direct admissions offer, they see the schools they're admitted to, and they see the amount of money they qualify for very early in the process before they complete the application process, which would take tremendous amount of anxiety out of the process and allow them to make more informed decisions earlier. So we're really excited about the next stage. But what we're doing now is really laying the groundwork so that we can move on to that next stage and include administrative data sets and financial aid. So I'll walk through what the user flow will look like from a student perspective. In the next slide. So within My Texas Future, a student will opt in to participate. They'll essentially, indicate that they're interested in seeing where they're admitted. When they opt in, they'll be asked to provide some academic data. So this includes rank, GPA, SAT, ACT, their graduation plan, and whether or not they've met a college readiness indicator. They do not need to complete all of those because, not every student takes the SAT or ACT. Not every school ranks. So they submit what they have. On the back end, we have been working with institutions to collect their admissions parameters. So we essentially have from a list, actually, we're working with almost every public four-year institution who serves freshman students in the state. We have over 20 executed MOUs, and we're anticipating that will increase in the next week. But they have on the back end submitted those admissions parameters that our system is able to map against and say, okay, Sally student entered, they got an 1100 on the SAT, they have a 3.8 GPA, you are admitted to a list of schools immediately. They don't have to wait. They see it immediately. Once they see that information, they receive notification that they must complete the application for the institution to receive their program and scholarship offer. So the direct admissions offer is to the school. It is not to the engineering program, and it is not delivering any specific scholarship information. So once they complete their Apply Texas or whatever application that they prefer for the school, then it's sort of business as usual for the school in that the school receives all the information that they have in the past, and they're able to deliver the scholarship and program offer to the student. Another benefit for the institutions who are involved is that once the student opts in to participate in this initiative, these participating institutions receive the student data. So the student is consenting to providing their data to the participating institutions. That way, the institution can begin earlier outreach and begin marketing efforts to those students. So it's a win-win for everyone. Reduced anxiety for the students, more information for the institutions earlier, and just a streamlined process. Anything you would add, David?
I think
Commissioner?
just to discuss phase two on the previous slide and really thinking about how we link administrative data from TEA with our post-secondary data to make sure that we have a smooth transition so that we can capture those 28% of students that aren't even attempting, and figuring out how we could understand a direct admissions for those students as well.
So I have a question.
So this, the first phase is for this academic year. So the graduating class of 2025, we're aiming for the graduating class of 2026 to have new functionality.
So questions I get from students is they're going to apply to this, but then they apply to certain schools, but they want to apply to the business school or an honors program. How would that work?
Yes. So the direct admissions offers of admissions are for the institution.
Right.
So we are actually working very closely with the institutions to make language clear to students to say, they must apply through the traditional application process, meet the application deadlines to get that scholarship and program offer. This does not guarantee them admission into engineering or business honors or whatever program, they desire.
The institutions make those decisions?
Yes. The institution will still receive the application. We're essentially providing this information to the students that you are in. Yeah. You are into XYZ school before they begin their application process. Right. So they, have reduced anxiety, but the institution still receives the information from the application because the students are required to submit the application.
So in that case, they would be accepted by the university, but the specific college would still have to go through an approval process. Is that what I understand?
Yes, that's correct. So what we're doing on the back end with the institutional partners is we are establishing the parameters for admissions. So the institutions are guaranteeing that upon confirmation, because this is self-reported data, upon confirmation of this data, that if the student does meet those requirements that they have provided to us, then the student is admitted to the institution.
But again, that's to the university.
To the
and they have to-
institution, not to the
Program
College of
of
Engineering.
study.
Right. Or, yeah. Mhm.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. Is My Texas Future solely geared towards getting our high school students into four-year institutions, or is it available to help them with the application process into 2 years and seeking those high-value career certificates as well?
Yes, great question. It is not only focused on four-year institutions at all. We are exposing different programs to students outside of the four-year.
Thank you.
Because the website itself provides so much resources to the students, even just short quizzes to ask what your interests are. And then we try to gear them towards certain types of certificates, associates that might align with their quiz. I think it also provides an opportunity for us to really help the student understand the differences of both being admitted into an institution, but also the differences by the program of study. So let's say that one of our flagships, they're directly admitted based on their high school rank, but they might be interested in pursuing engineering, which is highly competitive to get into. But then they also get admitted into one of our emerging research institutions, and they acknowledge that they've been accepted into engineering. Now that we can provide them information on the earnings outcomes that exist for those institutions to show there are very little differences in the earnings outcomes based on, based on the institution you're graduating from. It's really about the demand field and how it's generating earnings potential. So it's really going to help, I think, open the door and open the eyes of students and opportunities to think, yes, I got admitted into this certain school, but I really want to pursue my passion and go through this program of study at a different school.
Mr. Chairman, I have a quick question. This is great. It looks, having gone through it, but I'm sure it's going to be a lot friendlier than, some of the things that we've had in the past. I guess the question I have is, you're saying that there's 28% people that are not even applying, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what you're saying is that this is going to make it easier for the 72% that are choosing to apply, and hopefully you'll increase that 72% and be higher. So what's your target? What do you think you'll get it to? And how are we going to go after those that don't even get into this? I mean, because there's still 20% is it's a big number.
Absolutely. I think, the conversations we had yesterday with Stacey Hawk and others, the 28% now, since we have the ability to have those data, we can go deeper and understand the personas of those students, what high schools they're coming from, and look at that pipeline to figure out how we can use both Texas OnCourse and other avenues to infuse into that pipeline so that students can see themselves as college students.
And I think,
One of the things I'd add, just to jump in also, is that so in the fall we'll be launching a marketing campaign for My Texas Future. So we have active engagement along with the counselors and close partnership with the counselors and with the higher ed institutions, but we really need to go direct drive to students. Now, what we didn't want to do is just commission a campaign that would be generic. So we've actually just completed pretty extensive market research within intensive focus groups with about 800 students and parents across the state, including focus group in Spanish, so that we understand sort of what students see as the challenges, what parents see as the challenges, what kinds of messages might resonate more, and then we can have more tailored outreach and marketing, especially to get at the student population that we want to engage.
and I would just lastly add that starting earlier for students is key. So having this resource that goes with them, regardless of whether they transfer school districts, My Texas Future is free for all students in Texas. And so this can go with them, and they can, begin early, track over time to make that application process much less daunting.
Two questions regarding Apply Texas. What percentage of students, applying to Texas institutions do you anticipate using that tool versus alternative application options?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'll have to check back on that. I don't have that percentage.
Do you expect it to be the vast majority though? Is that where we're heading? Is this will be the main access point?
That's our goal.
Yes.
Honestly, because the Common App actually costs the institution dollars based on per application.
Okay.
And so ours is free.
So many of our institutions take Common App, but they will also take this. So this
That's
will be
correct.
our.
Yeah, there's options.
Similarly, with My Texas Future, I know a lot of high schools use Naviance and other kinds of tools to help students, even starting their freshman year. Do you anticipate this being the Texas version of that in some ways, or complementary?
Yes, I think that there will be schools that will continue to use Naviance. There will be schools that evaluate what Naviance offers and evaluate what My Texas Future offers and perhaps decide to stop paying in. But I don't think that that Naviance is ever going away necessarily. I think that one thing that is a unique opportunity for My Texas Future is it doesn't matter where you go to school. So for the student who transferred from one school that was maybe a Naviance user and then another school that's not, then that's challenging for that student. They lost their progress that they've made. Versus My Texas Future, that progress carries with them, throughout their different schools or wherever they decide to go.
I think that's a great point. And then lastly, I got a tip as a parent, as my kids were going into high school, to just encourage them to start keeping a spreadsheet of everything they did and the awards they received and even all the books they read.
Mm-hmm.
And I would not have thought of that. It has come in handy even along the way, applying to opportunities even at the high school level.
Mm-hmm.
And I can only imagine having to try to think of all of those things as you're looking at an application and how daunting that would be. So, anyway, and that's such a one-off. So the idea of really kind of having a system to encourage kids to start doing that transfers with them can be very powerful.
Exactly. I mean, that is what we're doing. It's not your spreadsheet that but now that's something that all Texas students, and we're supporting the counselors to help them to begin that process so they can track that over time.
And with that said, we're committed to making sure that these data are secure and safe and always behind firewalls so that nothing will ever be disclosed, making sure that we're always FERPA compliant. Okay. Next slide. So I wanted to give an update on the FAFSA. And based on the April board meeting, we had a conversation around that. I have some new data points for you to consider. Next slide. And so what we're seeing, and especially with Marjorie Barrett's team's market research, one of the main barriers or concerns is finances. And so I think this is important for us to always keep an eye on the FAFSA completion status of where we're at. So based off the latest data of July 12th from the National College Attainment Network, what we're seeing comparing 23 versus 24 class of high school seniors, we're around a 7% gap. When you rank that across the board for all states, we're ranked number 6th. So we have around 55% of our high school seniors completing the FAFSA. Typically, when you look at the historical data, we're usually in the top 3 or 4 of the percent completing FAFSA. Next slide. And so when you look at it, specifically at Texas, what we're seeing is that there is around a 7% gap, or a 7% from Texas versus national. So we're at a higher rate than, and then what we're also seeing when we compare Texas centric, we're down 11%. So that's around 28,000 students that we're missing from this year to last year. And so we're dedicated at the agency to make sure we follow and understand what are those students look like, how can we understand what institutions or schools they're coming from to support them. And then using our high school student tracker that you all supported us on, we can really understand, did they attempt to go to college? Where are they at? And then we can also triangulate that with the Workforce Commission data to understand what industries they're working in if they did not decide to go to college. And then I think thinking about on-course and other avenues of messaging to help support students to say it's not too late. You can still complete the FAFSA and support them.
One effort that has been, I think, really successful in reaching students directly is ADVI. So ADVI is our virtual chatbot, and we have had a very strong focus on financial aid and completing the FAFSA through ADVI campaigns. And that has been some of the most popular campaigns. Students are most engaged in those campaigns, which means students are responding to the text and confirming information via the texts sent through ADVI.
Absolutely. Next slide. And so when we break that down and look at Texas trends across school income, the percent of students of color by high school and by city, we see that there are very few differences between higher income schools versus lower income schools. It's pretty consistent across the board where it's around 12% of a decline from this year to from last year. And then when we look at schools that have a high minority status, it's around 55% completion, 56% completion. Once again, we're pacing around a negative 13% compared to last year. And then I also did an analysis of just looking at by larger cities in the state of Texas. One thing to point out, El Paso, we need to lean in and really understand what's happening in El Paso. They're doing great work with engaging with students. So they're at 75% completion. Even though they are down 12% from last year, they're one of the highest completion percentages across the nation. So they're doing something special in engaging students and supporting them as they're pursuing and completing the FAFSA. And then I think another city that I didn't put on the slide, but we have to acknowledge is Houston. So Houston has a 57% completion rate for all their high school seniors. With such a large city, we have to figure out how we can increase that rate to make sure that more students are completing the FAFSA. And that concludes our presentation. We're happy to
So I
answer any
didn't
questions.
understand, any thoughts relative to the decline this year? What's driving that?
Yes. Commissioner?
Well, the good news is we've come a long way from where we were. Of course, I mean, just to be candid, the rollout of the new FAFSA across the nation was a debacle. So the system didn't work for the first several weeks. There were a lot of struggles with the new FAFSA, and so we were down in FAFSA completions just a few months ago about 40%. So because of that direct outreach to students with ADVI, to a couple 100,000 students, to the outreach through the counselors, the TEA, made a big push in the spring to get students to complete. Now the institutions are making a push. So we're still down, but we have been able to close the gap pretty considerably from where we were before.
Chairman, I have a quick question. What's the normal, what are the expectations? Is it 80%? I mean, typically how many students fill out the FAFSA?
Historically, it's in the upper 60%, 70%. We're just gonna have to monitor it.
It is also a graduation requirement for high school students that they complete the FAFSA. They can opt out. And so they can submit documentation to their district that they're opting out. But we did make that a graduation requirement a couple of years ago, and it has really increased the percentage of students who complete because it now is a graduation requirement.
What percent of students opt out of that?
We have that.
Yeah, I'll get that number for you. I'm not sure.
Okay. I mean, that's a great question. We can work with TEA to figure out who's opting out.
Okay, any other comments or questions for our panel?
Mr. Chairman, if I could just make one comment to sort of put this work in context. So in general, the charge of supporting college and career advising was not part of the coordinating board's authority or responsibilities 5 years ago. So this is something that the legislature entrusted to us, and Governor Abbott and the legislative leadership supported moving Texas on course. That's the nation's largest digital academy for college and career advisors. We've got more than 18,000 college and career advisors across the state who advise more than 95% of our secondary students. That was entrusted to the agency. And then the charge was broadened to create My Texas Future, and then now to incorporate our Apply Texas into the whole portfolio. So when Laura Brennan and her team came over, they came over as leading the robust work around our Texas On course. And now I just wanted to underline that the scope of responsibilities and authority for the board is really broadened in a unique way that you don't have in other state agencies around the country. And the team is, I wanted to call it, has really done exemplary work taking on a rapidly growing portfolio to directly engage students and their families, inform their decisions. And now we are in the vanguard of states who are reinventing the college admissions process. So just want to put that in that broader national context and in the context of all of the changes that we've been able to affect through the leadership of Laura and her team and David Troutman. So just wanted to underline that for the board.
Thank you for doing that, Commissioner, for the background. Any other comments or questions for our panel? If not, thank you, Dr. Troutman. Thank you, Ms. Brennan. Thank you for being here in that presentation. Appreciate that very much. Okay, next we'll move on to agenda item 7, which are matters relating to the full board. Agenda item 7A is the demonstration of the Community College Finance website. Chris Fernandez, Senior Director of Community College Finance, will provide an overview and be available for questions. Mr. Fernandez, welcome. Is your mic on?
Yeah. Is it on now?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. My apologies. Good morning, Chairman Frias and members of the board. My name is Chris Fernandez, and I serve as Senior Director for Community College Finance in the Division of Funding and Resource Planning under Assistant Commissioner Emily Cormier. And I appreciate the opportunity this morning to share with you how we're supporting colleges through the implementation of our new Community College Finance model under House Bill 8. Slide, please. In this presentation, I'll provide a short overview on our new Texas Community College funding model as established under HB 8, then present to you the website and data tools that we've created to help educate our various stakeholders and assist colleges in understanding and responding effectively to the new performance funding incentives. Slide. The new funding model we are implementing transforms community college finance in Texas. We used to fund colleges based mostly on student seat time. Now we base funding on colleges' contributions to our state's higher education strategic plan, Building a Talent Strong Texas, while also ensuring that all colleges have access to the base of resources they need to support their missions, to educate and train our future workforce. Thanks to collaboration and input over several years from community college leaders, the business community, and legislators, Texas continues to move from a static system where funding was locked to a snapshot of courses delivered to a dynamic, outcomes-based formula that quickly and reliably rewards successful investments in boosting student achievement and workforce readiness. For the first time, we are supporting colleges based almost entirely on student outcome metrics aligned with Building a Talent Strong Texas and with regional and state workforce needs, while providing more for colleges with less local resources and greater need for student support. Slide. Thank you. We pursue these two goals with 2 tiers of funding, each with a distinctive set of formulas matched to their purpose. The base tier ensures that colleges have access to the baseline of resources they need to support their core educational functions while developing new programs. It examines colleges' local revenue resources and their basic local needs and provides a boost only when those resources fall short of the need. In the current year, 23 of our 50 community college districts qualified for this base tier funding, but it accounted for only about 5% of state formula funds. The other 95% is directed through the performance tier, which is based on measurable student-focused outcomes aligned to our strategic goals. Slide. I recognize that there's a lot going on this slide, but it's actually a pretty concise encapsulation of the core mechanics of our new funding model. And I want to thank Jacqueline Lee for figuring out how to fit it all together. So here we see 3 hypothetical colleges, A, B, and C, and how their funding is determined across the 2 tiers based on performance. So we'll move from left to right, starting with base tier. For each college, we calculate what's called a local share. This is an estimate of a college's capacity to raise local revenue from local taxes and from tuition and fees. We also calculate each college's instruction and operations need, represented by the dotted red line. This is based on the expenses colleges incur for teaching different types of courses, as well as on the composition of their student bodies, where extra weight is added for the number of students who are economically disadvantaged, academically disadvantaged, and 25 or older. So if the local revenue capacity, that local share, is less than the instruction and operations need, college receives base tier dollars. So you see that in this diagram, college B is the only one in that category. By contrast, all 50 districts receive performance tier funding based on student achievement of fundable outcomes, including credentials of value, the new credential of value premium, 15 hours of dual credit, and transfer or co-enrollment with 15 hours. We apply the same weights to outcomes achieved by students in weighted categories, and then we fund based on the greater of the most recent year's count or the 3-year average. And in this way, we smooth out short year decreases while supporting new growth. Starting this coming year, FY25, we are prepared to provide initial performance funding based on forecasted outcomes, setting up the ability to make dynamic funding adjustments as new data become available so that we can be even more responsive to supporting successful investments. Slide. This is an overview of the community college finance topics on which the board has enacted rules, or in the case of today, is considering rules over the last year since the governor signed HB 8. We exclude the emergency rules that were critical in starting our system and getting it off the ground in time for FY24. Key changes at today's meeting include the introduction of forecasted performance outcomes and the dynamic payment process. These are essential new elements. Even with the shift to performance funding, state dollars were locked to old static data. For the first time, we will provide the opportunity to earn additional dynamic payments by outperforming the initial basis of funding. We are shrinking the lag time between a year of performance to its funding impact from 2 years to 6 months. As promising as these additions are, they add significant complexity to an already complicated implementation, and that presents a key issue. Our rules are designed in large part to align funding incentives with the outcomes that matter to students, employers, and the state, but the effectiveness of that incentive structure depends heavily on how well actors understand their incentives. And it's for that reason, along with our concerns for trust and transparency, that we've invested in creating resources that help explain how the system works and that lower the cost barrier colleges face in understanding how changes in their performance translate into changes in their funding. And the hub for those resources is our CCF website. Slide. Thank you. Another slide, please. Thanks. This is our community college finance site hosted on the agency's public-facing site, which we are turning into our go-to landing page for all things CCF. Slide. Start with a high-level overview, and then on the next slide, you'll see that we offer tiles giving users more detail about the FAST program for dual credit students, as well as a variety of other topics. And on the next slide, you see as we move past that, we provide a variety of resources for institutions. And this is where anyone can find the tools designed to give the public, policymakers, and especially college administrators the most detailed understanding of the formula's mechanics, starting with that first link, public-facing version of our funding model. Ahead 2 slides, please. Thank you. So by clicking that link, you can download a copy of the model that we use to determine community colleges funding. It's the exact same set of formulas. It opens on this page, providing an overview and an orientation. On the next slide, you see snaps of our table of contents, and then on the next, a glossary that tries to help clear up the many acronyms that we use to save space. And then on the next slide, you see that there's more for the policy audience, a dashboard showing the various board set weights and funding rates that determine each college's base and performance funding, as well as the total dollars being driven by the base tier and by each individual outcome in the performance tier. On the next slide, we have a snap showing summaries of each college's total formula funding, broken out both in terms of year-over-year differences and in terms of how much each college can expect to receive in each of their disbursements. So this can give a college president or CFO a quick, easy reference to understand their state funding disbursements and when they can expect that revenue.
That's good.
And the rest of the tabs show literally every mathematical detail involved in turning college level financial and academic data into funding amounts. We are hiding nothing. So on the next slide, you see this is how we're calculating the FY24 and 25 projections. Those are live formulas. So we want colleges to be looking at those, checking those, providing feedback. And that goes all the way through on the next slide to calculating weighted totals, multiplying them by funding rates. So all the way to total dollar amounts. And so all this mathematical detail is pretty crucial for anyone who wants to ensure that the formula is working correctly and that their own college's data are accurately reported and producing accurate results. But it doesn't make it easy for anyone to understand how or why a given college's funding is what it is or how it might change in the future. So for those purposes, we developed 2 other tools, also publicly available right now on the CCF website. Slide, please. So we'll start with the performance visualization tool, which helps colleges understand the drivers behind their performance tier funding. Slide. So it opens, like the others, with detailed instructions to orient users. And then on the next slide, we get into some of our analytic dashboards. The first one breaks down FY24 and 25 performance funding into the total dollars being generated by each performance outcome, both in terms of absolute dollars, which you see here, and then on the next slide in terms of the percentage of the total. So here, for example, we see that the amount of funding being driven through dual credit has increased substantially from FY24 to FY25. On the next slide, you can see that the dashboard also has charts showing each individual outcome, both in terms of the number of completions being funded for each of the 2 fiscal years, 24 and 25, and the resulting dollars. Next slide, please. So here and throughout the tool, a user can view the data for the state as a whole, or for any individual college or a hand-selected group of colleges. So for example, this slide shows a user having selected South Texas College, and that allows the user to see that STC's FY25 performance funding will increase almost $4 million year over year, driven by increases in dual credit attainment, certificate conferrals, the OSA workforce credential, and bachelor's degrees to a slight extent. On the next slide, we show some of our ability to do deeper dives into individual outcomes, again, for the state aggregate or filtered by college. So for example, on this tab, the certificates tab, we see that statewide certificates have rallied from a 2020 dip to 34,000 up to 38,000 for 2023, which is our most recent year of real data. And that the number qualifying for the credential value premium has increased rapidly over the last few years. On the next slide, we just have a few other little demonstrations of some useful breakdowns we provide. So for example, This shows that we can provide the number of certificates or the percentage that are delivered in high demand fields and that are conferred to students in the weighted student groups that confer more funding. So this tool, the performance visualization, helps users understand why performance funding is what it is for a college or for the sector as a whole, which largely means understanding why our performance projections for FY24 and 25 are what they are. But colleges also have a strong interest in understanding what their funding would become depending on how their actual numbers for 24 and 25 compared to the projections. And for that, we developed a finance simulator. Ahead 2 slides, please. Thank you. So this tool, which like the others, can be used by anyone with Microsoft Excel and some way to click buttons, allows users to see the financial impacts of academic performance outcomes that differ from our projections. So our forecasting model applies a pretty straightforward, uniform trend line projection to all 50 districts. It relies on historical patterns and averages. But personnel at a college likely have a more nuanced understanding of how their programs and populations are changing. FY24 is almost over, so a college's staff and leadership probably already has a good sense, for example, of how many associate degrees they're going to be conferring by the end of the year, while we won't have that data statewide for several months. So this tool lets those users in particular take advantage of having that advanced knowledge of how their performance is developing in order to estimate where their funding will end up by the end of our dynamic payment process. So on the next slide, we have an example, in this case with Alamo College, just because they're first in the alphabet, and this tool only works with one college at a time. So for example, here we're looking at transfer. Maybe Alamo is in the process of boosting transfer partnerships, and they want to see how that might affect performance funding down the line. So as shown in the column under the reset button, that FY24 simulated count, the projections have their FY24 transfers at 4,367 total, of which about 2,000 are academically disadvantaged, roughly the same number economically disadvantaged, and about 1,000 age 25 or older. So on the next slide, we see a hypothetical where maybe staff at Alamo look at their partnerships and their production numbers, and they decide that a better estimate is 4,500 transfers in 24, with 2,500 in each of the disadvantaged groups and 1,100 adult learners. And maybe they plan to expand further in 25 and add a few hundred more. So by replacing the projections with those estimates in the brighter blue columns, those staff members could see that the change column at the top, in that change column at the top, that the financial impact of that success would be translate into over $2.5 million in additional performance funding over the course of the dynamic payments process. And on the next slide, I realized that without a live demonstration, you're taking my word for it, but they can hit that big gray button and everything resets back to the default values. So you don't have to, exit out, start again. But one thing that makes this tool so powerful is that it lets colleges enter custom values for each subgroup within an outcome. So they can model not only the impact of an increase in total, but also what happens if they get better at or make successful investments in serving students who tend to be more costly to educate and who are recognized in our funding model for that purpose. So by explicitly showing how funding follows student success, college stakeholders, as well as anyone in the general public or policymakers can see how innovation and investment can drive institutional advancement and further college's educational mission. And thank you. That concludes my prepared remarks. I'd be happy to take questions.
Mr. Fernandez, first of all, let me thank you and your area for all the hard work, for all the 50 community college districts, the work that's come together, the commissioner and I have with legislators, and to see this come to fruition with all the questions when all this started years ago, when all this formulation, and to see this and to have this tool and the availability of this data for the community colleges and the questions that I get and the commissioner gets on this as we went through the process over the last couple of years to get to this. Thank you for the work. and being able to have access to this data, this information for the community colleges. Because when you think about this from a policy standpoint, this is very complex. And in order to run an organization like a community college, and especially when it's outcomes based, there's a lot of things that on the front end, you're not sure how things are going to turn out in terms of formula funding. But thank you all for putting this together and the work and the detail that goes into it. So I'm really impressed with the work. I was telling Commissioner about this as the process went through over the last couple of years. And then to be able to have tools like this to be able to actually implement and review and plan. So thank you all for the work that you do and continue to do.
You're very welcome.
Any comments or questions? Yes, Mr. Klimmer.
Yes, I had a question. So what's the timing? You've rolled this out at this point to all of the community colleges?
These tools that we just
Yeah.
showed, those are live on our website right now.
And what's the usage associated with it? What kind of indications do you have of the usage?
I don't have usage numbers yet, but we can get that from our ISS department. Would you be interested in learning about that?
Yeah, I'd be interested in knowing how quickly it's being adopted. I think the true test will be how many come back and challenge what they've actually gotten in funding. It'll be self-obvious to them, but knowing these kind of institutions, I would assume that there'll be a number of them that will come back and challenge how much funding they actually receive.
Just to weigh in on that point, Mr. Clemmer. So the tools have really been developed in close partnership with the institution. So as we rolled out, we had an initial version of the simulation, and then we had a number of the colleges that when they looked into the data, they said, "Oh, that doesn't look quite right," or "That doesn't look like what we have locally." And then we worked with them to update or correct. And there were a number of data errors that surfaced through that. And then so what Chris is demoing now is really this is sort of the updated version of the model that's been developed in partnership with the institutions. They had also asked us for a simulation tool so that they could plan. They're in their summer budgeting right now. So as they're thinking about sort of what they're going to prioritize, so we've given them tools to help them connect the dots with what they're doing and the kinds of programs they're setting up or expanding and what they're doing in student success and what the implications could be for the finance system.
Yeah, I assume that the usage associated with it will be different depending on the institution.
It will be, and it's so I would actually be sort of stunned if it's not 100%, because this is sort of where the institutions
where their money
get
comes from.
Yeah, this is sort of where they find out about sort of how much funding they get. I mean, just what Chris has laid out, and just to underline the chairman's point, I mean, we've completely overhauled the community college finance system, right? From soup to nuts, in working close partnership with the legislative leadership and the community colleges across the state. So we are into implementation now. We already have one of the nation's purest now outcomes-based formulas, but with a component that recognizes additional costs for certain kinds of students, and it stabilizes the funding for the property poor and smaller community colleges. That's into implementation, but for FY25, the whole system becomes dynamic, and so we'll be funding the colleges and settling up with them based on their actual projections. So we had to not only build the tools, actually build some whole new capabilities within the agency, and really want to commend Chris, Emily Cormier, and the whole finance team with Sarah Keaton's leadership, and also our formidable general counsel, Nicole Bunker Henderson, in driving all of the rules and the structures to enable this to happen. So the legislature put the general framework into statute, and then really entrusted the board to adopt the rules to make these particular decisions about how we would have the system that's just been laid out today. And so I think it's gotten a lot of attention for the innovation that's gone into the design of the system, but it's really remarkable case study and policy implementation because of those partnerships, and because, just to be candid, because of the amazing talent that we have within our team to be able to realize this vision.
Well, the performance characteristics to be able to contribute to it are really exciting when you think about it, and being sure that the funds are distributed where that can actually serve the greatest need. So that's really
Yeah.
exciting.
So now we are not really funding the colleges on contact hours and seat time anymore. It's really just production of credentials of value. And if they can streamline students' pathways and innovate through partnerships across institutions, we're funding third-party credentials now are part of the system. So the Grow with Google credentials, other third-party credentials are fundable credentials in the system. So this is really an exciting inflection point for the state and for our community colleges to be in full implementation now.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Great. Any other comments or questions for Mr. Fernandez? If not, thank you, Mr. Fernandez, for the presentation. Okay. Next, we'll move to agenda item 7B, which is a Cancer Prevention and Research Institute for Texas presentation. Kristen Doyle, Deputy Executive Officer and General Counsel, and Dr. Michelle LeBeau, Chief Scientific Officer for the Cancer Prevention and Research Institute of Texas, will provide an overview and be available for questions. Ms. Doyle.
And I have handouts. Have you received them?
We did receive the handouts. Yes, ma'am.
So good morning. I'm Kristen Doyle. And as of July 1st, I am the Chief Executive Officer for CPRIT. So although this is my first month as CEO, it is my 15th year at CPRIT. I have been General Counsel and Deputy Executive Officer since its inception. And with me today is Dr. LeBeau. She's our Chief Scientific Officer. Both of us would like to thank the Commissioner, thank the Chair and the Board for the opportunity to talk with you about what CPRIT is doing in terms of the state's fight against cancer. And Texas's higher education institutions are the engine that is driving the work and the success of our mission. If you'll turn to slide 3. So the Texas legislature created CPRIT in 2007. A statewide vote ratified that decision and amended the Constitution to authorize up to $3 billion in the fight against cancer. A second vote, statewide vote in 2019, reauthorized CPRIT and added an additional $3 billion. So this is an unprecedented effort in the country. And through CPRIT, Texas is the second largest funder of cancer research, public funder of cancer research in the country. We second only to the National Cancer Institute. And Texas is one of the top 10 public funders of cancer research in the world. CPRIT's dedicated to improving the lives and making a lasting difference in the fight against this disease. Our mission includes investing in the research prowess of Texas institutions, creating and expanding the Texas life science infrastructure, and fast-tracking innovation in the prevention and treatment of cancer. Turn to slide 4. Cancer takes a toll on Texans physically, emotionally, and financially. It remains the leading cause of death for Texans under the age of 85 and kills more Texas children and adolescents than any other disease. Nearly 150,000 Texans will be diagnosed with cancer this year, and 44,000 will die. Not only is this disease devastating for cancer patients and their families, but cancer costs Texas economy. We are required by our enabling statute to issue a report every year estimating how much cancer has cost the state. And so according to the most recent Perryman Group's report, the direct cost of cancer in Texas in 2023 was $56 billion, with total economic losses, including multiplier effects, amounting to $148 billion in lost output and 1.3 million jobs. Slide 5, please. The need to accelerate cancer cures and treatments and evidence-based cancer prevention efforts throughout the state is clear. CPRIT advances our mission by awarding up to $280 million each year in merit-based, independently peer-reviewed grants to 138 Texas-based entities, institutions for cancer-related research, product development research, and the delivery of prevention programs. So to date, CPRIT has awarded nearly 2,000 grants totaling $3.6 billion. CPRIT's investments position Texas as a world-class leader in cancer research and connect universities, researchers, physicians, companies, hospitals, and clinics throughout Texas to form a critical ecosystem of distinguished cancer-fighting talent. CPRIT and the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board share the mission of fostering innovation through Texas's higher education institutions. For CPRIT, research innovation is critical to achieving our mission of accelerating cancer cures and treatments. Dr. LeBeau and I would like to focus our presentation on the work that's done at the Texas institutions and medical schools. In your handout on slides 6, 7, and 8, I've included information about CPRIT's peer review process, as well as examples of CPRIT's 15 years of continuous investment in cancer prevention and research. And before I turn this over to Dr. LeBeau, I would like to briefly highlight the work done by the CPRIT's Prevention Program and CPRIT's Product Development Program. So on slide 10, you will see information about the CPRIT's Prevention Program. Up to half of all cancers are preventable. And through the prevention projects we fund, CPRIT is able to touch every county in Texas through education, training, and clinical services, including screenings and vaccinations. Prevention measures such as vaccinations, screenings, survivorship resources, and tools for quitting tobacco and alcohol remain the most cost-effective means for controlling cancer. More than 400,000 Texans have received their first cancer screening through CPRIT projects, and we have detected 32,000 cancer and cancer precursors. Turn to slide 12. So, like your board, CPRIT's board believes that translating cutting-edge discoveries from our research laboratories to the marketplace is a top priority for fulfilling our mission. On pages 12 and 13, you'll see information about CPRIT's Product Development Research Program. CPRIT's investment in early-stage companies translating laboratory fundings into treatments and cures has accelerated the growth of the life science ecosystem across the state. At the heart of both CPRIT's prevention and product development research efforts is leveraging Texas's higher education research and development infrastructure. And with that, Dr. LeBeau will now highlight the many ways CPRIT is bolstering Texas's research prowess.
Thank you. We'll turn to slide 14. I'm delighted to join you today to provide an overview of CPRIT's academic research programs. The goal of this program is to discover new information about cancer that can lead to prevention, early detection, and cures, and to translate this new information into practical advances in cancer diagnostics and treatment, and to increase the preeminence and stature of Texas in the fight against cancer. Now, today we only have time to describe this program in broad strokes, and I'll give you some examples of each of our signature programs. But on the right part of this slide, there are a few additional points that I'd like to make. The first is that CPRIT has invested $2.5 billion in providing peer-reviewed funding to universities, academic institutions, academic medical centers, and research institutions across Texas. And that amounts to almost 1,600 grants. As a result of this, including signature programs like our Scholar Recruitment Program, we have been able to help build the infrastructure and the preeminence of research institutions. So for example, our Texas institutions have been awarded 11 specialized programs of research excellence from the National Cancer Institute. That is their most prestigious award, kind of the jewel in the crown of the National Cancer Institute's program. And that is the most of any state in the nation. But we're interested in supporting cancer research across all regions of Texas. And to accomplish that, we've developed a program called Texas Regional Excellence in Cancer. And this prioritizes research development outside of the major hubs of Dallas, Houston, Austin, and San Antonio. Return on investment is shown at the bottom of the slide. Our investigators have secured to date over $3.6 billion in grants and published over 8,000 publications and have almost 600 new patents and patent applications from their work. If you turn to page 15, that will show you a list of the research institutions to which CPRIT has made awards. Going to page 16, I'd also like to mention our commitment to fighting childhood cancer. About 10% of all pediatric cancers are diagnosed in Texas patients. And CPRIT has made a major commitment to establishing Texas as a national leader in the fight against childhood and adolescent cancers. And we have committed about 12% of our research portfolio to fund childhood cancer research projects. And importantly, that is 3 times higher than the national rate at the National Cancer Institute for funding pediatric oncology research. I won't go into detail, but just to mention at the bottom of the slide, you'll see some of the types of cancer projects that we support, as well as some of the research opportunities that we see going forward, where we can have a major impact on, a unique impact on decreasing the incidence and improving survival rates for children with cancer in Texas. On slide 17, I'd like to mention one of our signature programs, which is the Scholar Award Program. And this is allowing us to expand the academic prowess across the state of Texas. We have recruited 322 preeminent cancer researchers to Texas to date, and they bring their laboratories with them. And this has allowed us to position our state as a leader in the fight against cancer. This includes a number of very senior established investigators who have large programs and have already demonstrated and they're already accomplished preeminent researchers. If you go to slide 18, you'll see where do we recruit these investigators from. We partner with academic institutions who nominate and recruit these individuals. They come from all across the United States. But I want to make the point that not only do we recruit the top researchers from around the United States, we've also recruited almost 30 investigators from around the world to come to Texas. On slide 19, you'll see just a few of the investigators that we've recruited, and they include Dr. James Allison, who was recruited to MD Anderson Cancer Center, and he was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine for his work in developing the basis for using immunotherapy, which has revolutionized how we treat cancer today. Dr. Gail Eckhart, who is at Baylor College of Medicine now and leads their translational research and clinical trials program. She's an expert in developing new cancer therapies and bringing them from the bench to the bedside. Professor Michael Taylor, who is a pediatric neuro-oncology researcher, his work has revolutionized how we classify childhood brain tumors, and the World Health Organization has adopted a new international classification for how we classify and treat brain tumors based on his work. If we move to slide 20, I'll just give an example using ovarian cancer as an example of how we expedite innovation. Ovarian cancer is, as you know, one of the most challenging cancers for us to cure. And that is because it is often diagnosed late. And CPRIT has invested in ovarian cancer in all of our different programs. And this slide in the middle portion shows you examples of how each of our programs have supported research on ovarian cancer. Research has supported the development of a blood test to detect early staged cancers in low-risk population. So this would just be our asymptomatic or average woman. And the middle portion shows the prevention services have provided screening and diagnosis for Texans who are at high risk for developing ovarian cancer. And women from over 40% of counties in Texas have benefited from this particular program. Our product development program has supported the development of new treatments. And one example is OncoNanomedicine, which has developed a fluorescence imaging agent that helps with the surgical management of ovarian cancer and has received FDA breakthrough therapy designation. At the bottom, it shows a really exciting technology developed by Dr. Livia Eberlin from Baylor, and that has been supported by both academic research and product development. And this is an example of bringing bioengineers and cancer biologists together and clinicians together to develop a new technology that is used inside of the operating room while you're in surgery to detect cancer cells at surgical margins so that the physicians can ensure that they are able to remove all of the tumor cells. If we move now to slide 21, this is an example of our Texas Regional Excellence in Cancer program. We have awarded a number of awards to institutions such as the University of Texas at El Paso, who has received an award called a TREC Award. This enables them to build infrastructure to train early stage investigators, to build their careers, to recruit new investigators, and to support infrastructure and core facilities to build their cancer research programs. And importantly, I think many of you are aware that the burden of cancer is greater for certain populations. And the University of Texas at El Paso is addressing the disparities in Hispanic cancers. And their center is focusing on this and training investigators to work on cancer disparities in Hispanics. If we move to 22, I'd like to talk about another signature program, which is the Core Facility Support Award. This is a program that supports research services that provide a wide variety of cutting-edge technologies. And the benefits of this is that these shared resource facilities are available to Texas researchers, both at the institutions that house the cores, but also at other institutions. So it democratizes the state-of-the-art technologies so that they're available to all researchers. It also provides develops new technologies and provides training programs and trains graduate students and researchers, trains the next generation. So CPRIT has supported 73 awards and about $317 million to support these programs. And this slide just shows an interactive online program that we've developed so that investigators who are looking for a particular service can go online, check the research service that they need and find where it's provided in Texas and have the contact information available for those shared facilities. Slide 24 shows an example of another example of how we are training the next generation of cancer researchers. And this is through our training grants. We've provided over $90 million in supporting 31 training grants at institutions. This is an example of one training grant at Baylor College of Medicine. These grants are important because they train a variety of students. The Baylor program has trained over 251 summer STEM students, so it draws students into biomedical research and in particular cancer research. They've supported individuals who are working on getting their PhD, those who have just received their PhD and completing their training, but also clinical fellows, so physicians who are training in research, particularly in clinical trials and developing new therapies. And then in slide 25, I'll mention our efforts to improve patient outcomes, and we do that through fueling the development of new cancer therapies. We support early clinical investigators and clinical investigators to expand and stabilize the workforce who are experts in running clinical trials, developing and testing new therapies. We also provide a clinical trials support for a clinical trials participation award, which is to expand access to underserved populations to cover the out-of-pocket expenses that they may not be able to afford to participate in clinical trials. We extend access to communities through our Clinical Trials Network Award that allows the major cancer centers to extend their clinical trials out to the community. And then finally, we develop novel therapies through individual investigator research awards that are testing new drugs in clinical trials. And an example, the Clinical Trials Participation Program Award is described on slide 26, and I'll leave that for you to study later. The last point I'll mention is that the academic research program also supports research on preventing cancer. And the concept is that you support the research that identifies the causes of cancer, how best to prevent cancer, and then you move that research into the implementation program and then into the prevention program that will provide the services directly to the community. One way that we are doing that is through the Texas Connect study. That is a large study in collaboration with the National Cancer Institute. We are recruiting up to 35,000 Texas adults from diverse populations. The idea is that they will participate in this study for a number of years. The study will identify emerging exposures and risk factors for cancer, identify novel biomarkers, and cutting-edge methodology to promote risk detection and prediction in healthy individuals, along with collecting biospecimens that may be used for additional studies to study the natural history of cancer and early detection. And then finally, the goal is really to study diverse populations that represent the makeup of Texas, but also the United States, to learn about really what are the causes of cancer in the 21st century. And I will close just with one last example, which is work that was started in the research program by Dr. Abby Berenson at University of Texas Medical Branch in Galveston. She had a grant to provide services on HPV vaccination to teenagers, and she recognized that only about 34% of adolescents were completing the series of 3 vaccinations. And she realized that probably the reason for this was that it's really a burden to have to come 3 times and get 3 shots. So she proposed a trial which would look at whether or not 2 doses were equally effective to 3. And she conducted that trial through CPRIT research funding. And the results were published recently in the New England Journal, and the results suggest that 2 doses are equally effective to 3. And this was found for both, results were published for boys and later found to be true also for adolescent girls. So the hope is that these results may have a substantial impact on the uptake of vaccine and increase the uptake rate of these of the vaccine for these preventable cancers. On slide 29, I'll just leave you with this information, which also describes some additional research projects that we have ongoing in prevention. I thank you for giving us the time to join you this morning. I'm sure we would both be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Dr. LeBeau, and thank you, Ms. Doyle, for the presentation. And thank you for all the work that y'all do. It's very important work and appreciate that. Dr. LeBeau, you're an oncologist?
I am a cancer researcher.
Researcher. Okay, good. And where did you study?
I'm a cancer biologist. I studied at Northwestern University and the University of Illinois.
Great. And Ms. Doyle, you are the executive director, correct?
Yes. And our statute. Chief Executive
Perfect. Right.
And I am a proud graduate of both law school and
Yes.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you. Comments or questions?
I have a comment.
Yes, Emma.
First of all, congratulations, Ms. Doyle, on the position. I know that it's a big, important job. So for many years, I worked with CPRIT through the Medical Center of the Americas in El Paso. So coming to the coordinating board, I was fortunate to be able to work with the Texas Education Foundation, which they won a grant from the Economic Development Administration, and spent the last couple of years studying the best practices for tech transfer in institutions of higher education and research around the country, to be able to try to bring those best practices back to Texas and institute them statewide. So a lot of great work has been done over there at the foundation, and hopefully we can work with CPRIT to kind of roll those recommendations out and try to get them adopted statewide, so that the great work that you all are doing at CPRIT is supported more efficiently through the work that's being done at the universities in tech transfer and commercialization.
Yeah.
Could you
Is
turn
your mic on?
Yeah.
So I was saying that this highlights exactly the reason why we had asked to come make a presentation to the board. You know, it started with, I think, late last year, early this year. I read the excellent report that you issued from Insights to Impact. And it really drove home for me how much, you know, our mission overlaps. And I was not aware of that report. And of course, that is something that we are very interested at CPRIT. We have funded so much research at the Texas institutions, and it is a challenge to be moving that research out of the institutions and into Texas companies that are developing it. So much of what we see now is it leaves the Texas institutions, these great ideas. It goes to Boston, it goes to California, it goes to North Carolina. And we really need to be building the workforce in Texas in the life science area. And so, you know, it is a challenge, you know, in terms of working with the tech transfer offices and how we can work together and what CPRIT can do to help strengthen that model. So, you know, I'm going to be looking for more opportunities where, you know, our goals can align and we can collaborate and work together.
That would be great. Thank you.
Dr. Wong?
Yeah, well, I do have a quick question. It's exciting to see the CPAC collaboration with so many institutions and hospitals for research. And when you talk about screening, detection, and vaccine, I'm just wondering to see if you've been working with those regional federal qualified clinics. You've been working with them.
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about in terms of screening and vaccine and prevention? I think that will be very beneficial to a lot of lower income neighborhood.
Absolutely. And I can give you a brief highlight, but we can provide much more information in what the prevention program is doing. Up to 10% of our award funds can go to cancer prevention. And so every year we max that out at 10%. And I think you see on, let's see, what slide is it?
While you're looking for that, I just wanted to comment. We had the board, Dr. Allison, who won the Nobel Prize, presented before our board in the past.
Oh.
He's wonderful. A UT grad as well.
Yes.
If you look at slide,
I think it's 29.
so if you look at slide 11, it breaks down the services that we provide through the prevention program. So education and training, obviously, but then the clinical services. And we have reports by each county. So, you know, when we go to meet with legislators, we can pull all of the prevention projects that are available in each county, you know, where they serve. And we can certainly provide that information, you know, for your community and anybody that is interested. We have a lot of this information available through our website also, so that you can navigate to some of the resources that are available. But our focus is on underserved communities. 80% of the state is rural. It's hard enough, we all know, to make ourselves go to a colonoscopy that's required. Think about when, not only do you have to, get yourself ready. Okay, I've turned 45, I've turned 50, I need to schedule this. But if you had to drive 4 hours in order to get that colonoscopy, and then if there are issues with that colonoscopy, then navigating to an institution that can help you with that. So it is incredibly important to us in terms of the rural communities, as well as, in our urban areas. We have a lot of underserved, underinsured Texans, that are also battling some cultural issues too, in terms of knowing how important screenings are. One example that I always like to give is, there's a significant Vietnamese population in Houston. And so one of the innovative prevention projects that would, targeted the Vietnamese community through a Vietnamese soap opera. They had it written into the soap opera that played on the Access channel there, where one of the characters had colon cancer and talked about how important colorectal screening was. And it really addressed some of the cultural issues within the community, and it targeted that community and reached them in ways that, we had not seen before. And of course now texting is ubiquitous, but, in our early years of CPRIT, a lot of the work and the progress that we made with HPV vaccinations was through text messaging and the constant reminders to come back and finish your vaccinations. So there's so many stories that we have and so many different ways that the higher education institutions have really been the incredible force behind all of the work and the success that we're seeing in Texas.
One more quick comment. You all do an excellent conference, I believe, every other year.
So we do. We had to take a break during COVID, obviously. So we are looking at probably the next conference being in 2025 or early 2026.
It's a great place to learn everything happening in cancer and tech, if anyone ever wants to go.
And I have a question regarding the product development companies you've invested in. My understanding is should those companies be commercially fruitful, then there is a payback to CPRIT. So to what degree has that happened among the grantees?
So it's not just our companies that have a revenue sharing agreement. We are required by statute for every grant that we issue. We have to issue it via contract. We have all sorts of requirements in that. And one of those is if money is made off of research that is funded by CPRIT, then some of that comes back to the state. So for our companies, we have we're non-dilutive funding. We do it through royalties. So if a product makes it to market, then they are sharing royalties with us up to 4 times the amount of the grant with a follow-on funding. For the Texas institutions, just because of the sheer volume of this, and like I said, I was the original general counsel and served as general counsel for 15 years. I recognized very early on that there was no way that I could be participating in license negotiations with everything, with every single technology that we were funding at the institutions. So we have a revenue sharing agreement where we get back 10% of whatever the university gets. So right now, our royalty stream and those payments from the universities are about $10 million. We expect that to increase. I provided a slide that I bumped right over, but we talk about this with the legislature. If you look at page 7, it talks about, the timeline for developing, in this case, cancer drugs, and where CPRIT focuses our money. So it can be a 10 to 15 year timeline. We've talked a lot about Dr. Allison. His innovative treatment took 20 years from the time that he had made the lab discoveries to when his Nobel Prize winning drug made it to the market. So we expect that these investments that we're making, both at the research institutions and at our companies, will continue to pay back dividends to Texas for years and years to come.
Yeah, I think, oh, do you have something else? I think I read recently that MD Anderson has like 60% of the new trials.
Yes.
Does that sound right? Here in Texas?
So CPRIT has funded at this point nearly 300 cancer clinical trials, 52,000 patients. And it's a big push both on the academic research side and on our company side. And this is a way that we are touching Texans beyond the prevention program, innovative treatments being available through these cancer clinical trials. And this is really, the sweet spot for what Texas should be doing. There's so many great ideas that are coming out of the labs, but, you can see again from this slide on page 7, $1 billion to get that drug to market. CPRIT's putting the money in, at that kind of valley of death, where good ideas go to die for lack of funding. Venture capitals, very wary of putting money in, especially phase 1 clinical trials, phase 2. They want to see some good efficacy data. And so that's where the state really comes in. We are willing to fund these excellent ideas so that they can get the efficacy data, that early efficacy data that helps them raise additional funds. And even just on the company side, which is easier to track than all of the investment that we've made on the academic research side. On the company side, at this point, we have committed about $700 million to these companies, to these early stage companies. And those companies have been able to raise an additional $6.6 billion in funding after CPRIT put money in. So it's a good validation also for not only our review process and how we are picking the companies, but it's exactly what's supposed to be happening. We put the money in early and it attracts additional investment to keep moving it down the line.
Yeah, well, thank you for all the work you do. One of my former professors from Boston is executive director of Mass General Oncology Cancer Center. And so I know a little bit of background and all that goes on, but thank you for the work that y'all do and the investment for our citizens and all the hard work that y'all do at your organization.
I think a quick call to action is that it's not just about the investment in the science, but if we don't strengthen our startup culture in the biomedical space in Texas, that's where we lose the companies to the coasts, and that's where the potential future revenue gets lost if we don't root those companies here.
And I'll add this point, listening, to everything that you guys have been talking about, even just this morning, beyond just the money that CPRIT puts in, we are growing the life science industry in Texas through training programs that are available at community colleges, at the universities. This, life science manufacturing requires a really talented, educated workforce. And we're seeing the community colleges step up in terms of that. And, it is a good marketing tool. We work with the Economic Development Corporation out of the governor's office. When we're talking about coming to Texas, not only is it a great environment, not only are there initiatives like CPRIT, but we have the workforce that makes it possible for these early stage companies. So again, it's another way that we share the same mission in terms of moving Texas forward.
I do have one question.
Yes, Luke.
Ms. Doyle, you talked earlier about the prevention targeting strategies for regions. And I was curious if, because I come from the region I study in, East Texas, deep East Texas, lots of our cancer cases are directly due to preventable causes or modifiable risk factors. So I was curious if your institution looks at that data and then targets those regions more heavily for preventative education or prevention strategies, or is it more of a broad spectrum approach across the state?
So we certainly are, are receiving applications for, broad spectrum across the state. But when they are submitting the applications to us, they are using information that comes from the Texas Registry that will talk specifically about the cancer burden in their particular area. So yes, we are definitely seeing, when we have projects that are addressing East Texas issues, they will talk about the higher incidence of breast cancer or colorectal cancer compared to the rest of the state or compared to the country. They'll talk about the reasons for that and then why their prevention program is targeting addressing some of that or, screening for it early. Michelle, I don't know if you have anything else to
No,
add.
I think that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Thomas is online. I want to make sure if she has any questions or comments, we know you're there. So we want to make sure that just raise your hand, or if you want to comment, please feel free to let us know. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks. Other comments or questions for our panel? If not, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate the update. Continue the great work.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item 7C, which is an update on building a talent strong Texas. Melissa Henderson, Chief of Staff and Executive Director of the Texas Higher Education Foundation, will provide an overview and be available for questions. Melissa, welcome.
Good morning, Chairman and members. My name is Melissa Henderson. I serve as Chief of Staff and Executive Director for the Texas Higher Education Foundation. This morning, I'll give you a brief update on a few activities supporting the Building a Talent Strong Texas plan and also underscore a few of the points that you've heard yesterday and this morning. Since our last update in April, we've continued supporting various aspects of the plan through efforts to develop new tools in two key areas, again, which you've heard about yesterday and this morning: college and career advising and our data offerings. As you just heard earlier this morning from Deputy Commissioner Troutman and Assistant Commissioner Brennan, we just last month launched the new Apply Texas, creating a more intuitive application experience for students. In addition to launching Apply Texas, we're also excited to launch direct admissions for the fall 2024 admission cycle, supported by philanthropic funds through the foundation. This important and exciting initiative aims, as you heard, to simplify the admissions process for students across Texas. And having this in place this fall aligns with our financial aid request for the upcoming legislative session to provide greater portability and predictability of financial aid for students. The combination of these two things would be a really powerful signal to students earlier on in their high school journey, providing greater certainty about their next educational steps and the supports needed to take those steps. As you heard the Commissioner and Dr. Troutman also mention, with support from the Foundation, Associate Commissioner Barrett and her team have been conducting market research of K-12 students and parents that will inform an outreach campaign for My Texas Future and direct admissions this fall. So just to dig into that a little bit, as the Commissioner mentioned, through statewide polling of 800 students and parents and focus groups, both with students in grades 7 through 12 and with parents, this research has provided greater insights into their goals, aspirations, concerns, and challenges, as well as the supports needed to be successful after high school. Interestingly, one of the things we heard from them when asked specifically about direct admissions and how it would affect post-high school planning was that a significant majority of both students and parents, nearly 3/4 of both, said that having access to direct admissions would significantly affect their plans to attend college, not just whether they're interested, but actually what are their planned behaviors. And nearly half of both students and parents also said that financial aid information is the most important support needed. Again, excuse me. Again, this demonstrates the powerful combination of providing greater certainty to students about both admissions and financial aid earlier in their educational journey. And we're excited to continue work in both of these areas. Finally, as you heard from Deputy Commissioner Troutman and Deputy Commissioner Keaton yesterday, as part of our ongoing work to develop new data resources, we recently incorporated National Student Clearinghouse data into our Texas Talent Trajectory tool on DataBridge. This will give us greater insight into the mobility patterns of our students, including those who go out of state, and provide more complete, actionable information to our partners in the field. For example, Dr. Troutman was recently in Houston with some partners there, both nonprofits and institutions and districts who are using the Texas Talent Trajectory to inform their work on the ground in Houston about where their students are going, or in many cases not going, to inform their work. So we're seeing in real time that this is a powerful tool for stakeholders using it across the state. And Chairman, as you noted earlier, our Building a Talent Strong Texas plan has set a new national standard guides our strategic direction, and has sparked critical policy discussions nationwide. We look forward to continuing to build on this momentum moving forward. Commissioner, anything you would add?
I did want to just underline a couple of points that Melissa just made about the importance and the role of the foundation and across all of this work, from establishing the Building a Talent Strong Texas plan to our work on My Texas Future, and more recently with market research and so many other aspects of our work. This is a unique asset. Other state agencies don't generally have a foundation, and I don't know of another agency like ours that has the advantage of the partnership with the foundation. That lets us work very closely with state and national philanthropies and accelerates our work dramatically. So even on our data work, you've heard me say before, we're more than a year ahead of where we might have hoped to be, but also are able to do much better work because of that strong partnership with the foundation, and that we're deeply appreciative. I should also say, as a matter of personal privilege, from when I was overcome by emotion earlier, also that I should have not only called out our foundation, but also I should have shared how much I appreciate the leadership and partnership of Melissa Henderson, both as our executive director of our foundation and as chief of staff, and wanted to say thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Any
Finish the report?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
any
there.
comments or questions for Ms. Henderson? Okay, if not, thank you.
Thank
We're
you,
going to
Chairman.
take a little short break here, about 10 minutes, okay? Because we've been going a long way. I appreciate everybody. So we'll reconvene at about 11:52. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Farias and board members. I just wanted to start this morning with a little bit of some background for our new board members. So this work on transfer has been going on for quite some time. When the commissioner started, this was a priority, and I just want to thank him and the board's leadership on this. We did a pretty significant revision of transfer, particularly the fields of study, which had been in place since 1997, but there was not a lot of usage. And the field of study is really pathways to help students who are transferring from a community college to a four-year institution. So given that there was not high usage, we brought a stakeholder group together, which included 5 members of community colleges and 5 members of universities. And we had 25 meetings that were 90 minutes virtually. The plan, as I understand, this was before I started, was to actually just put them in a room for a weekend, but then COVID happened. So if you'll remember where you were in March of 2020. So I want to pause and see if the commissioner has anything to add, but I just wanted to begin the discussion today with a little bit of background. And this has been an ongoing effort, and really just want to thank the commissioner and the board for their leadership on this, because we want to get the usage up for those students so they have clear pathways. Although there had been pathways developed in the past, they weren't used, so they were not of real utilization for the students. So I'm going to pause and see if the commissioner has anything to add before I kind of dig in.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Just to emphasize one point is the not just that they weren't. I mean, they were hardly ever used. So fewer than 2% of our students who were transferring were completing the fields of study. They're really almost entirely ineffective. And I think originally the idea was to lock everybody in a room until they could come to some kind of consensus. This turned into a much larger project over the space of about a year. And our 2-year and our 4-year institutions, along with our team, really put their they got together even as we got into the pandemic, and they had virtual meetings every couple of weeks. They consulted with other states, and they distilled a whole new governance structure for transfer and a new process, and really cut through years of friction across the sectors with 2-year and 4-year institutions, and hammered out a Texas framework so that an entire associate's degree would be able to be transferred and apply to students' credentials, but where there needed to be a little bit of variation because of the design of universities' programs, where the program could accommodate that. So this has also become one of our key centerpieces of work at the agency. I appreciate Elizabeth's leadership very much, working with our Transfer Advisory Council. This work has also been spotlighted by the U.S. Department of Education as a national model, and as part of their Raising the Bar series, and we appreciate that from the department. But even more, we have dozens and dozens of faculty who have put their heads together, hammering out these transfer pathways, and our data team provides input into those discussions. Excited to hear the report from Elizabeth and the roadmap for what this looks like as we have much clearer pathways for students to be able to transfer. Thank you.
So that just gives you a little bit of background of kind of where we've been and where we're going. So I'm going to give you an update of kind of where we are at this point. So in March of 2021, there were new rules that were passed based upon the new framework that was developed really by that stakeholder work group. So if you'll go to the next slide. So in addition to that, as we've worked through, I don't know, a dozen or so pathways, there were some challenges that were brought up with some of the subcommittees. Biology really could not get their curriculum to work in the framework. So I think kinesiology had some challenges, English had some challenges. So we had those faculty come together and they said, this just won't fit. So after a couple of those, what we did is we brought together a small work group of the Texas Transfer Advisory Committee members and said, okay, this is not working for some of these disciplines. What do we want to do? So after half a dozen meetings, we developed what we're now calling the alternative framework, which is intended to really facilitate those kinds of disciplines that have a significant number of lower division courses. They'll have the opportunity to potentially have 30 hours of lower division discipline specific courses and then 30 hours of the core curriculum. In the traditional framework, students typically would finish their 42-hour core curriculum and then just have those 18 hours for discipline specific. So based upon the alternative framework, those students will be finishing their core curriculum upon transfer to the four-year institution. So this was actually, this rule was part of the very long list of rules that Chairman Frias went through that were on consent, but I did want to highlight this work. Particularly thankful for the small work group that came together to work on developing this and is now put into rule. Next slide. So this is the list of where we are with all of these pathways. So you can see we have about 11 pathways that are completely approved here. As I mentioned, biology was one of the ones that was a bit of a challenge. So we are now working to pull that group together in August, September, when their faculty are back, and work through what could potentially be developed for a new field of study based upon that alternative framework that has been adopted. Exercise science, that subcommittee will actually reconvene in the fall as well. Their challenge was they actually did not have enough lower division courses. So what they did is they had a small work group come together and add additional courses to the academic course guide manual. And so they'll come together in the fall and work through and see if they can now develop a field of study. English will also be convened based upon the alternative framework. Communications, I think we just have 3 institutions that we're waiting to get those directed electives from. So hoping to have those communications fully implemented in the fall. And then computer and information sciences, engineering, and history will be on the roadmap moving forward. So these are kind of where we are in terms of the fields of study. In addition to this, we're working internally on developing to see if it is possible to potentially develop meta-major kind of pathways. So if a student knows that they want to go in a STEM-ish space, what does that look like? Is that possible? So that is something that we're looking at internally to see if those meta-major pathways are going to be possible, since some students may not have any kind of precision of the kind of discipline they want to pursue. And Commissioner, I don't know if you have anything to add on that piece.
Yeah, that's something that the chairman and I were just talking about is going to be particularly exciting. And we have talked with some of the institutions about that. Even students who think they know what they want to do, about half of them end up changing their majors. And so there are a lot of students that, that how many STEM majors could any 18-year-old student really name? And so they just think biology, chemistry, physics, because they took those courses in high school, right? They haven't really been exposed to genetics. They haven't really been exposed to the full range of opportunities that are available. And so the idea is if you have sort of these meta majors, then students have the foundational courses, the kind of the core lab sciences they need. They've taken the right math, that kind of thing, where they can take that then in multiple directions depending on where they find their home in a major. So we're particularly excited about, and we have I know we have some of the institutions that are really enthusiastic about the idea of having the meta majors, so students aren't just doing an associate's degree in general studies. They have more kind of there's more of a theme to the course taking that's going to apply to their disciplines.
And just for those new board members, so the disciplines that are selected are actually determined by the Texas Transfer Advisory Committee. So we provide them data about basically the highest number of transfer kind of disciplines, majors, and then they make that determination of which disciplines to pursue. I also want to add on to the commissioner's comment. So we have had over 400 faculty who have participated in this process. I think I say this every time we talk about transfer, but Particularly, this work would not be possible without the partnership of our institutions. They all recognize that this is an important student success initiative, and we just want to make sure that students are going to be successfully transferring and completing. Next slide. I think that's, yes. So I'm happy to take any questions you guys might have about.
So, you know, I think I asked you this question
Yes, sir.
one of the last times we talked about this. I really think it's important that we focus on engineering, especially with all of the semiconductor jobs that are coming to the state of Texas and ensuring that we have the workforce to do that. I think that's really a critical area. So
Yes, sir.
I don't know what we can do to accelerate those engineering transfers.
So I think now with the alternative framework, because I think that is a discipline that has a lot of lower division coursework, that is likely something we'll be tackling in the spring.
Just to double down on that.
Yeah.
So, you know, when you look at how a lot of our engineering students go through their programs, like they won't take all their core courses up front in the first couple of years. They'll even kids who are juniors and seniors will still be taking some core classes. So the alternative framework there will give them a little more space to include the engineering courses they need in the direct transfer degree, and then students can finish out some of their core classes when they get to the university, like they would if they had started as a first time full time in college at the university. So this new alternative framework is going to be really important for engineering in particular.
I just encourage you to get it done sooner rather than later because of the requirements and for the workforce that's really upon us.
Yes, sir. Other questions? With this one, yes, sir.
I will also echo the commissioner's comments. This is an undertaking that it continues and it grows. So thank you, Elizabeth, to you and your team, and also to the faculty members, the institutions, their leaders who allow the faculty to do this important work. It makes us, the commissioner, myself, the people that have to testify before the legislature. This always comes up. But, you know, it's very important. I mean, this is an example of what the coordinating board can do to really affect change and help students and really meet our mission and goal is to provide students opportunity to finish their education quicker, less costs involved, right? And prevent, debt and things like that. So thank you, Elizabeth, and for your team.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I have a quick comment too.
Yes.
I think it's also really helpful if we're going to really target the underrepresented students. A lot of underrepresented students, that's where they go. I attended a junior college because initially I couldn't afford a 4-year college. So this is one way that we can sort of target that and make it in a way where they do have a path to get to 4 years and, try to make it as soon as possible. Because back in the 90s, it was really difficult. And then this idea of not making it major specific, but more a concept of just engineering. I think that's because there's a lot of students that think they want to do computer engineering. And they change into mechanical, civil, or petroleum, and so that happens a lot. So this idea of combining it or making it not quite that specific, I think that's going to be helpful.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you for that comment. We'll move on to item 7E is an update on program approval.
Yes, so I'm also going to provide a little context for this as well. And also want to thank the commissioner and the board for all of the work that they've done on this. So next slide. Next slide. So this has also been, we've been on a journey with this as well. For those new members, the revision of the program approval rules we completed in October of 2022. So they had actually not been updated for a couple of decades, I think. And they were really organized in how higher education had historically been organized, which was you had rules for the universities and health-related institutions, and in a separate chapter, you had community college rules. Higher education doesn't really work like that anymore. We have now institutions offering dual credit. You have community colleges offering bachelor's degrees. And so one of the important things that we wanted to do was to put everything, any kind of program approval into one chapter. So now they're all in chapter 2. So this is an effort that has been ongoing. And as was with transfer, we did a stakeholder group. And we brought folks together to kind of get their thoughts on some of the things that were challenging. One of the things that I'll update you on is some of the technology we used for them to submit proposals had not really been updated in quite some time. So in addition to the actual rules that were updated, we're also working on that technology to help streamline when those institutions submit those proposals. I'm going to pause here and see if the commissioner has anything to add. No, okay. So as we have done this work and continue to do this work, we have some goals that we populated even before the rules were implemented. So we really wanted to better align degree and certificate approval processes to the agency's refreshed strategic plan, Building a Talent Strong Texas. We wanted to bring the agency rules and procedures in line with statute. We also wanted to minimize institutions' regulatory burden and support innovation. Some of this, I think we thought should happen anyway, but really with COVID, I think it was an opportunity for us to kind of rethink how we're doing some of this. And so that is definitely kind of the foundation for some of the work here. We wanted to prioritize the board meetings on the most meaningful program approval questions. We also wanted to achieve the policy objective of having a comprehensive catalog of all credentials offered to the state. That's not really something we've had before, but is something really important that was highlighted in Building a Talent Strong Texas. We also wanted to improve the administratability of program review and approval with policies and processes that are feasible, efficient, and flexible. So, like I said, we've been working on this for a couple of years now, and what I'm going to go through today is kind of where we are on this project. Next slide. So we're very, very excited because we've launched 4 new online approval forms in the new data submission portal that are live for institutional submission. So those 4 forms are the bachelor's and master's form, the community and technical college bachelor's and associate's form, the planning notification, and then the academic certificates. Next slide. So now I'm going to just give you a highlight of these forms are relatively new, but give you an idea of kind of where we are in terms of the effects of this new implementation, particularly the forms and these early benchmarks. Next slide. So this gives you an idea of kind of how we are in terms of reviewing. So you can see there the counts of things that we have in the queue. So that 65 count is for the bachelor's proposals we have in the queue. The 57 is the master's, and then the average days in review. And then you see that for the September 22 and through February of 24. And then on the other side, you can see the March 24, July 24, and the counts for those. Our team is still working through this. And I just also want to highlight, as I did a little bit yesterday, our team sometimes we'll get the proposal, but we sometimes have back and forth with the institutions. We want to partner with them and ensure it's going to be a high quality program. So there may sometimes be times where we need some additional information or things like that. So we're still working on these forms and probably going to have some revisions as we move forward, but just wanted to highlight that. And we're very excited to see the planning notifications. Historically, we'd had about 28 reviews. Now we're down to a day. And part of that is just because of the form. So we're able to kind of review that and do it super quickly. It's easy for the institutions, and then it's easy for us to review. Next slide. Okay, I'm now just going to kind of give you a rundown in terms of what's been approved and what we have pending in the queue. So in previous presentations, academic and workforce programs were presented separately, but since there's more and more overlap in this work between the 2 divisions, we've decided to show these requests together in order to provide a more holistic view of program approval at the agency. So here we see that there were 68 degree programs and 12 workforce certificates approved from April 25th through July 17th. Degree programs approved by level include 24 associate degrees, 23 baccalaureate degrees, and 21 graduate programs. The top content areas of certificates and degrees are engineering technologies, security and protective services, mechanic and repair technologies, visual and performing arts, health professions, and business. Distance education, which includes both modality changes and office campus or self-supporting requests, also make up a significant portion of the approvals. The total number of program and program change requests reviewed is 256. I do want to take an opportunity to thank my team. We have Jessica Acton, Alan Mickey, Amanda Austin, Andrew Lofters, Melinda Valdez, and Dwayne Hiller. It's not a huge team, but we get through a lot of proposals. We also have 2 support staff, Jennifer Warren and Emma Shane. We could not do this work without them. It's a significant amount for us to work through. Like I said, several of these require some back and forth with our institutions. Next slide. So as you can see here, we have 166 requests in the queue. Again, with the most being new degree programs and distance education requests. Of the degree programs pending, there are 8 associate degrees, 19 baccalaureate degrees, 37 graduate program degrees, 16 of which are doctoral or professional programs. And as I mentioned yesterday, the doctoral and professional programs take a significant amount of review. We have a desk review, which involves a desk review contract. We have a site team, which typically involves 3 individuals, which also involves contracting with those individuals, a site visit report, and then a response to a report. So it's a significant amount of work for those doctoral and professional programs. The most common content areas for the programs indicated are education, engineering, interdisciplinary studies, health professions, and business. Next slide. Next slide, BJ. All right. Another item I just wanted to make sure to highlight was we have done a revision to the rules. I believe this was also on consent, but board staff shall annually provide an update to the board on the implementation status of approved doctoral and professional programs until the program has completed the 5-year progress monitoring period. So this is something we're going to really start doing with you all. To give you more of a line of sight about what happens when you actually approve these programs. So like I said, that is a rule that I think was on the consent as well. Next slide, we have just done some this just kind of gives you a rundown of what we have. So institutions submit the progress reports during years 1 and 5 of their professional or doctoral degree program implementation. We review those and then submit a response to the institutions. We have, like I said, started doing an evaluation of all program review processes, and we'll be engaging our stakeholders as we do for most things now to get their feedback on some of this. So you can kind of see there, though, that chart to the left in terms of where we are and what we kind of have in the queue. And we'll be bringing to you all some additional information about those programs after they've actually been approved by you all. Next slide. I think that's my last one. Yes.
So I want to make a comment. I'm very happy to see the update on the rule text, Chapter 2, Subchapter 1, review of existing degree programs, because this board over the years and continues to approve programs. But then I think we learn a lot when we go back. And I've had a chance to go to a new medical school we've approved and look at some programs. And I think it's really good for us to do that. So that's something that I wanted to implement. And thank you, Elizabeth and Commissioner, for that, because I think we learn a lot from that once we implement programs and to see how programs are doing, because we want programs to succeed, but we also want to learn for best practices as we approve programs and move forward to see where some of the hurdles may have been. Not that there will be some, but it's good, I think, to know and to learn from those programs and to make sure things are going well. So I'm glad to see that update. Comments or questions on this topic for Ms. Mayor? Okay, thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is 7F. Agenda 7F was approved on consent. For the next 2 agenda items, the board will meet in closed session. Before or pursuant to the Texas Government Code 551.074, the board will meet in closed session to discuss possible action on A, the selection and compensation of Interim Commissioner of Higher Education, and B, the process for selection of the next Commissioner of Higher Education. The board will take any action on these 2 agenda items when we return to open session. No other business of the board will be discussed before we reconvene in open session. The time now is 12:18. Board members, we will now move to room 12.C for the executive session. Board members, please remain on the call, those that are on the web, while staff assigns you to an executive session breakout room. Please be patient as it will take a moment before we set up the pop-up message asking you to join the virtual breakout. You will automatically be moved into the executive session, and you can then click on Join Breakout Room. Thank you.
He's hot. He's a hot working guy, man. No break. No break, no break. I already had two muffins, so I'm gonna skip my cookies. If anybody wants to
Take a break occasionally, right?
Oh, that's true. You don't, yeah, you don't want to.
burn yourself out.
You don't want to find your rotation.
That
That's not
would
good.
really wouldn't be good.
But, yeah. I'll take that
Okay.
pretty seriously.
That's
You know,
great.
I'm talking
I love
about
that.
kids.
It's just gonna reach the right time. I'm having trouble getting the right time, but that was.
The whole table, that's in compliance with the OMA. Or she can just be in and not be counted in the quorum, which would also be fine.
Because we have a quorum on that.
that's okay. Or she can just not be in the Okay, she's gonna put you back.
Okay. Okay. The executive session has concluded. No action was taken during the executive session. The time is 1:50 p.m. The board is now reconvened in open session. We will now take up item 7G in open session. Members, do I have a motion to appoint Sarah Keaton as Interim Commissioner of Higher Education at the salary provided in the GAA?
So moved.
I have a motion by Ms. Hawk. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Clemmer. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Congratulations, Ms. Keaton. We will now take up agenda item 7H. No action was taken on this item. Next, I'll turn over the gavel to the agenda item 8, matters relating to the Committee on Innovation, Data, Educational Analytics, chaired by Stacy Hawk today as the vice chair. Stacy will provide today's update.
We need to amend the last amendment about pay.
We
It was
did.
in there.
We did. I included that. Yes.
I didn't hear that, but that's, there we go.
Hello, and thank you for joining us for matters relating to the Committee on Innovation, Data, and Educational Analytics. Agenda item 8B is consideration and possible action to adopt the recommendation relating to the certification of gifts that are fundable through the Texas Research Incentive Program for emerging research universities. Ms. Emily Cormier, Assistant Commissioner for Funding, will present this item and be available for questions.
Good afternoon. As you mentioned, we're bringing forward the gifts recommended to be certified by the board for the purpose of the Texas Research Incentive Program, or TRIP today. TRIP was established by the legislature in 2009 to incentivize universities to seek private gifts and donations to support their research endeavors. To support this goal, the program provides state matching funds for gifts made to certain institutions, and gifts are matched through a tiered system whereby the state dollars increase as the gift amount increases. So TRIP gifts go through a peer review process whereby institutions can challenge submissions and an internal review to verify eligibility. After that process, they're brought to the board for certification and then added to the queue for the next time that the state has available matching appropriations for these gifts. For this board item, staff recommend the certification of 166 gifts worth $109 million in donations and an associate match of 93. That concludes my remarks, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Members, are there any questions?
I had one question. I noticed that after we had the discussion yesterday, when I went through and looked at it by university, the difference between available and recommended was quite different between the different universities. Is there anything that you can point out about why the difference is the way it is?
So some universities have been more successful than others at bringing in donations for this purpose. And also I would note that what's in the board materials shows the unfunded gift amounts. So it doesn't include what's already been funded for each institution. So that's not captured in those board materials, but we're happy to provide that.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Members, is there a motion to adopt the recommendation relating to the certification of gifts that are fundable through the Texas Research Incentive Program for emerging research universities?
Motion.
Second.
Thank you. A motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Agenda item 8C is consideration and possible action to approve the high demand field list for fiscal year 23 awards for purposes of the Community College Finance Program. Ms. Emily Cormier will present the item and be available for questions.
So as you all heard about, as part of our new community college finance model, institutions are awarded a set dollar amount per credential conferred, and then receive an extra bonus for those that are in high demand occupations to incentivize schools to really focus on programs that meet the needs of our state's workforce. So per our rules, the coordinating board sets a list of high demand occupations, and that's a mix of statewide and regional needs. And so we create this list by looking at the top 10 occupation groups that have the most employment growth in Texas over the next 10 years using federal jobs data. And then we create the statewide list from that. And then we add the next 5 per region based on regional needs. And then a college earns this bonus for conferring a credential in a field that's either on the statewide list or the regional list. And so this agenda item is for the FY23 high demand list, and the next agenda item is the high demand list for FY24-25. Just as we're transitioning into this, we have to have these 2 board items. And so that concludes my remarks. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Members, is there a motion to approve the high demand field list for fiscal year 23 awards for purposes of the Community College Finance Program? Thank you, Dr. Wong. Second? Second, Mr. Narvaez. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Agenda item 8D is consideration and possible action to approve the high demand field list for the fiscal year 24-25 awards for purposes of the Community College Finance Program. Ms. Emily Cormier will present this item and be available for questions.
So just as a note, there's a few key areas of changes on this list from the prior list that was just approved, and that's really based on further refinement as we've had more time to examine this. So we were able to go back and add in certain teaching occupations and other licensed apprentice occupations that we received after working with Texas Workforce Commission. These may have appeared in the federal data as requiring either a baccalaureate degree or only a high school diploma, but after further review and based on the leeway in our rules, we're able to add those back in because the community colleges provide the training necessary for people to obtain those licenses. And so that concludes my remarks. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Is there a motion to approve the high demand field list for fiscal year 24-25 awards for purposes of the Community College Finance Program?
I'll move.
Thank you. May I have a second? Thank you, Dr. Long. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Any opposed say no. Motion passes. Agenda item 8E through 8H2 were approved on the consent calendar. Agenda item 8H3 is consideration and possible action to adopt proposed amendments to Board Rules, Chapter 13, Subchapter S, Sections 13-553 through 555, and a new section 13-559 concerning the base tier, performance tier, and the rates for the Community College Finance Program. Members, you have supplemental materials for this item printed in goldenrod paper. Ms. Colmier will present this item and be available to answer questions.
So these are the rules that govern the overarching policy related to our finance program. And so you all have heard extensively about this today, so I'll just high level. The amendments basically codify the 95 to 5% split between performance and base. And then the second most important thing done here is that we have set the weights and rates for FY25. And so our policy objective here was to really keep consistency with our FY24 rates so schools know what they're working towards. In a couple of key areas, there were some changes, and this really is on the attainment of dual credit. That rate was raised to match the rate of transfer or the achievement of an associate or baccalaureate degree. And then we've also equalized all the funding rates for short-term workforce credentials and provided funding rates for outcomes that are newly coming online in FY25. There was one public comment received, and the responses are listed in your materials. And that concludes my remarks. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Members, is there a motion to adopt proposed amendments to Board Rules, Chapter 13, Subchapter S, Sections 13-553 through 555, and new Section 13-559 concerning the base tier, performance tier, and the rates for the Community College Finance Program?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. Second, Mr. Wilson. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Motion passes. Agenda item 8H4 was approved on consent. Agenda item 8H5 is consideration and possible action to adopt new board rules, Chapter 13, Subchapter U, Sections 13-620 through 630, concerning timeline of payments, methodologies, and processes necessary to calculate state formula funding for public community colleges. Emily Cormier will present this item and be available for questions.
Sure. So this is the new 13U in our rules that basically lay out how we will do our forecasting and then settle up our dynamic payment methodology for the community colleges. So as you're all aware, we've created the forecasting model to basically pay colleges on what we think their performance is going to be. And then we've laid out a structure that will allow us to, as we get new data based on actual performance, we update the model and then rerun the data and see how they're doing. For schools that are doing better than our projections, we'll make a mid-year adjustment payment or an increased payment to them. And those who are trending below the projections will be able to provide notice so that they're aware that the next fiscal year that their funding would be reduced accordingly. And so theoretically next spring, when we have the actual FY24 data, we'll be able to make our mid-year adjustment or a dynamic payment to schools at that time to basically reward them for their work. And eventually, and given the timing of data collections, we would close out to all actual performance by fiscal year 27. And the rules basically set up the structure to keep this moving forward past initial implementation. So that concludes my remarks.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Members, is there a motion to adopt new board rules, Chapter 13, Subchapter U, Sections 13,620 through 630, concerning timeline of payments, methodologies, and processes necessary to calculate state formula funding for public community colleges? Thank you, Mr. Navarro. Second. Chairman Frias, any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion passes. Agenda item 8H6 is consideration and possible action to adopt proposed amendments to the board rules, Chapter 15, Subchapter A, Section 1510, concerning the administration of the Texas Research Incentive Program, TRIP. Emily Cormier will present this item and be available to answer questions.
So the amendments in these rules are basically to clarify program administration for TRIP. So this lays out how gifts are received, how they're reviewed, and ultimately how they come before the board for certification. It also provides the general guidelines on timeframes for which this review will take place so institutions can plan their workload accordingly. And then additionally, we have added a definition and an ability for us to request administrative corrections so that institutions can submit like supporting financial documentation or supporting data so we can verify that a gift is eligible and meets the required criteria. This was done to minimize the possibility of a gift being disqualified for a clerical error versus an actual substantive not being eligible. And finally, we lengthened the amount of time by which schools can submit a gift to us from 30 days to 60 days. We use negotiated rulemaking to develop these rules and no public comments were received. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you. Members, does anyone have any questions? Is there a motion to adopt proposed amendments to Board Rules, Chapter 15, Subchapter A, Section 1510, concerning the administration of the Texas Research Incentive Program? Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Clemmer. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion passes. Agenda item 8H7 is consideration and possible action to adopt new board rules, Chapter 22, Subchapter R, Sections 22,360 through 369, concerning the Nursing Student Scholarship Program. Dr. Charles Contero-Poles, Assistant Commissioner for Student Financial Aid Programs, will present this item and be available to answer questions. Right. Yes. We will come back to this agenda item. We're moving on to agenda item 8H8 through 10 were approved on consent. And we need him for the next one as well. So with that, we'll come back to this committee report. Back to you, Chairman. We did.
Okay, thank you. We've already had agenda item 9, lunch, so we don't need a second lunch. We'll move on to agenda item 10. So we will come back in a few moments, but we'll move on to agenda item 10, matters relating to the Committee on Academic and Workforce Success, chaired by Emma Walschlager. Emma?
Hey, good afternoon. During the Committee on Academic Workforce and Success meeting yesterday, the committee approved the following items: minutes from the April 24th meeting, compliance reports for institutions A through O, reports on autism grant program, open educational resource grant program, and activities of the advisory committees, appointment of members to the advisory committees, 6 new degree programs, and updates to board rules chapters 1, 2, 4, 10, 21, and 22. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for reading through most of that on the consent agenda this morning.
Okay, you're welcome.
Agenda items 10B through 10H were approved on consent. Agenda item 10-1, 1 through 6 are the proposed degree programs. Agenda item 10I1 is consideration and possible action to approve the request from Texas State University for a Doctor of Business Administration in Business Administration. Elizabeth Mayer, Assistant Commissioner for Academic and Health Affairs, will present this item and be available to answer questions. Dr. Tilla Sivakumar, Provost and Executive Vice President for Academic Affairs, and Dr. Diego Vaca Flores, Program Administrator and Associate Dean for Graduate Programs, McCoy College of Business, are also available for questions. And thanks to the entire team who's been here for 2 days. Elizabeth.
Okay. Texas State University is seeking approval to offer a Doctor of Business Administration degree program that would begin in the fall of 2024. The proposed program would be offered online to students. The DBA program, as I mentioned yesterday, is designed primarily professionals to advance to leadership positions within their industry or transition to academia. As I also mentioned, this DBA program would be the least expensive in the state and can be completed in 3 years for $36,900. And that concludes my remarks on this program.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for having us here. Unfortunately, Dr. Danfus, my president, is out of the country, so he could not join us here, but he wanted me to send his regards. Since last summer, we started working on 11 doctoral programs, and this is our, I think, 4 through 7 approvals today. And it's a very ambitious goal by Dr. Danfus and Texas State faculty and administration to continue our run to R1. And we've been very fortunate to work with some excellent faculty and administrators like Dr. Flores here to create the DBA program, which I think is the first one in the state that is completely online, which allows working individuals to get a Doctor of Business Administration in Business Administration without coming to our campus, which will save them money, of course, from travel time, but also allow them to get a DBA. So I will turn it over to Dr. Flores to talk about his wonderful program.
Distinguished members of the board, thank you for the opportunity and the reception. It was very pleasant. Texas State University McCoy College of Business proposed a new Doctor of Business Administration program that incorporates a rigorous analytical framework for professionals with a lot of experience from the mid and upper level management so they can solve complex business issues. Texas State is the first public university in the Central Texas region to offer such a program, and is the only fully online program in the state. This delivery method fits well with the preferences of the students that McCoy College is trying to attract, working professionals and entrepreneurs whose schedules may not allow the time for them to come to an face-to-face program, but also who value the flexibility and convenience of an online program. With business and economic growth in the region, we are confident that we're going to be able to attract enough students and offer them cutting-edge research, analytical, and organizational skills. The market demand analysis that we were able to conduct for this doctorate in business administration is very strong in the region. We follow working projections from the Texas Workforce Commission, from the United States Bureau of Labor Statistics, and the postings that they were available in Indeed.com and CivRecruiter.com. The McCoy College of Business is a nationally recognized AACSB institution, but this is the first program that is going to be the terminal degree for our college, so it's very important for us. We have an extensive alumni base of almost 5,400 students. We have conducted a survey about their interest to come to join a program like this if we were to offer it. And 43% of the respondents were interested in coming back. They have reached consistently since we started doing this last summer, and the response keeps growing. So we are very confident that we will be able to succeed. In terms of facilities and resources, the McCoy College of Business is favorably positioned for this launching with proven success delivering 6 other master's level programs and with a pool of faculty that have a strong research and extensive training in decision science, statistics, operations research, as well as business domains as management, finance, economics, and marketing. We have designed the program with state-of-the-art curriculum and learning methods that will promote high-quality instruction, a hallmark of Texas State. We will also leverage the online infrastructure and resources available to Texas State from our institution, Texas State Global. Finally, the proposed DBA program will advance Texas State University's strategic goal of achieving and sustaining very high research activity status as an institution, a category known as R1, and contribute to the business innovation and economic development of the whole state of Texas. Thank you. If we have any questions, we're here to answer them.
I had one question, Madam Chairman. I noticed that your tuition is planned to be the same for resident and non-resident. And while you're offering this online and with the same, how can you ensure that the resources will be focused in Texas when they graduate versus, taking it online in some place that really doesn't contribute to the overall Texas environment?
Our marketing campaign will actually focus on in the state of Texas primarily, and that's where we're trying to recruit from. And so our goal is to recruit professionals who are in the state of Texas. Most of the students who will be in this program are working professionals in the state of Texas.
So why don't you have a tuition that's higher for out of state than in state to help weed through that process?
Okay, we can look at that, sir.
Can you turn your mic on, please, if it's not on? Thank you.
Oh, it is on.
Oh, it is. Okay, a little closer to the microphone.
Sorry, I talk very slow.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yes, we could explore that possibility of making a difference.
I'm not sure it's right or wrong. I just asked the question about it, but.
So one point, if I can jump in, that is very important. While we were preparing the program, we looked at research about who comes to these online programs. And more than 65% of the students enrolled in online programs come within 50 miles from the institution. 85% of the students enrolled in these programs come within 100 miles from the institution. So our market is the central region of Texas, and we are confident that we're going to reach around 85% of those students.
Even more reason for why not have a disparity between the, resident tuition versus non-resident.
Yeah, because it won't really impact the bottom line that much based on those percentages.
No, but it would at least help you with.
But I'm just saying, but it does encourage, I know.
Yeah.
We can look into that and take that into consideration.
Is that typical in doctorate graduate programs?
The online programs are typically, they don't have an in-state or out-of-state.
Right.
It's just a flat. And
for all applicants, yeah.
And part of the thing is now while we're focusing on the state of Texas, if there are outside students who want to come, they will not choose our program because if we have a higher tuition rate, they'll go to another institution that has the in-state the same rate.
Mm-hmm.
So typically, there's no distinction between out-of-state and in-state in an online program.
Yeah, I wasn't suggesting you change it. I just want to understand the question.
Okay, do we have any other questions? Okay, if not, do I have a motion to approve the request from Texas State University for a Doctor of Business Administration in Business Administration? A motion by Dr. Wong, second by Mr. Nevares. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion passes. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank
Okay, agenda item I2 is consideration and possible action to approve the request from Texas State University for a Doctor of Philosophy in Construction Management. Elizabeth Mayer will present this item and be available to answer any questions. Dr. Tilla Via Kumar, I'm going to get it right by the end of this, and Dr. Jim Wild, Professor and Chair of the Department of Engineering Technology, are also available for questions. Ms. Mayer.
Texas State University is seeking approval to offer a Doctor of Philosophy degree program in construction management that would begin in the fall of 2025. The proposed program would be offered online and would emphasize data-driven decision-making, commercialization, and sustainability. The online format is designed to help early career professionals advance by completing their doctoral degrees, and it would be the first online construction management PhD program in Texas. And that concludes my remarks for this program.
I really don't have anything to add from the last statement that I did, so I'm just going to turn it over to Dr. Wild.
Great.
Thank you for having us here again, 2 days in a row. Just a few comments about our proposed PhD in construction management. The industry is moving quickly to big data, building information modeling, digital mapping, multi-source heterogeneous data, and we need managers with the technical background and also the skills to who can think and create solutions using all of these things, big data and BIM, building information modeling. All of the buildings that you see that are going up out here have been designed and constructed on a computer before, and they know every piece that's going in and what's happening with that before they even break ground. And so we are proposing this online program for, as Thilla mentioned, working professionals who want to advance their career, advance in their education, and be able to contribute to society and to their companies and add value and create new applications using this big data and the information modeling. As I mentioned yesterday, the interest has been very strong in this proposed program. We emailed all of our current students and alumni, and within a couple of days got over 100 responses of interest in such a program. And this new program would build on our accredited Bachelor of Science in Construction Management and also the current online master's program that we have in construction management. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any questions, members? Okay, I'm going to go through this fast. Thank you all for being here yesterday to provide us information as well. So do I have a motion to approve the request from Texas State University for a Doctor of Philosophy in Construction Management?
I'll make a motion.
Oh, Mr. Clemmer and Mr. Wilson. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. The motion passes. Thank you. Agenda item 10I3 is consideration and possible action to approve the Texas State University for a Doctor of Philosophy in Engineering Management. Elizabeth Mayer will present this item and be available for questions. And Dr. Siva Kumar and Dr. Wild will also be available again.
Texas State University is seeking approval to offer a Doctor of Philosophy degree program in engineering management that would begin in the fall of 2025. The proposed program would be offered fully online. The online format, as with the other programs, is designed to help early career professionals advance by completing their doctoral degrees, and it would be the first online engineering management PhD program in Texas. That concludes my remarks.
I would just like to recognize one person who helped shepherd this, Dr. Sriraman Vidram is right there. He was the leader of our 11 PhD programs. He has done a Herculean effort. I mean, literally, we wrote this in 2 months, I think, to get it for this board meetings and approval for all 11 of them, and he's done a tremendous job. So I just want to say thank you for all the hard work that he's done. I'll pass it over to you, Jim.
Thank you again, and I have similar comments to for the engineering management that I said for construction management, except that in engineering management, we need engineering managers with the skills and the credentials to be able to lead people and their organizations to solutions for complex problems and things that can benefit society and again their companies and they want to have an online program for a PhD that can advance their careers and they can do while they're working. Society expects, we expect our technology to work all the time and to work well. And these things get more complex all the time. And our engineering management PhD program will help train train these candidates to be able to think about and create solutions that will give us better technology that works all the time. And again, as with construction management, we sent out a request to students and alumni and got a very large response in just a couple of days. A lot of people have been asking since then about when this will start. And they ask us, when can they sign up for it? And again, as with construction management, this program will build on our Bachelor of Science degree in engineering technology, which is accredited with ABET, and the online Master of Science in engineering management that we currently have. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay. Any questions? Do I have a motion to approve the request from Texas State University for a Doctor of Philosophy in Engineering Management? Mr. Nevares? Second by Dr. Farias. Let me see. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion passes. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay, agenda item 10I4 is consideration and possible action to approve the request from Texas State University for a Doctor of Philosophy in Mathematics. Elizabeth Mayer will present this item and be available to answer any questions. Dr. Pranesh Aswath and Dr. Susan Moray, Professor and Chair of Department of Mathematics, are also available to answer any questions. Mrs. Mayer.
Texas State University is seeking approval to offer a Doctor of Philosophy degree program in mathematics that would begin in the fall of 2025. The proposed program would be offered in person to students in San Marcos. The program would make itself distinct by incorporating training for two categories of students: those who want academic careers and those who want industry careers, in three different tracks: pure mathematics, applied mathematics, and mathematics education. And that concludes my remarks for the program.
Thank you again very much for this opportunity to present our proposals to you. Texas State is committed to all of our doctoral programs. The president and I have invested a significant amount of resources to make sure that these programs succeed. Our math department is nationally recognized for their PhD in math education, but we also have several faculty who are extremely committed to other areas of mathematics, in particular mathematics, applied mathematics, and statistics, which is the core area of this proposal. These areas were picked specifically to address the emergence of AI, which has its foundation in mathematics. And I believe that the growth in this particular field is rather significant in the coming future. And my colleague, Dr. Moray, will talk a little bit more about the specifics of the program, but we strongly believe that both in the Central Texas area as well as the entire state of Texas needs a large number of mathematicians to meet the needs of the emerging field of artificial intelligence, robotics, and so forth.
Thank you. I am the chair of the Department of Mathematics at Texas State University. We designed this program so that students can focus in pure math, applied math, or statistics. And we included a component that let them choose whether they wanted an academic or non-academic career path, and specifically get training for that career path. It was mentioned yesterday that the market demand for these careers is huge. It is growing significantly faster than the overall demand and growing faster in the state of Texas than in the U.S. as a whole. And so we did look at all that data when designing these programs. We are the data people, so we enjoy looking at that data. And we tried to designed the program specifically to meet the need. There is a great deal of enthusiasm for this program. Obviously, highly qualified faculty are excited, but we also see that from prospective students. And again, sending out surveys, finding out there is a great deal of interest in this, and prospective employers, some of whom wrote letters of support that were in the back of this proposal. So I am here to answer any questions you may have.
Members, any questions? I'm excited with you.
Thank you.
Quick question. May I
Yes,
ask a
please.
question? Could you just very briefly tell me what's the difference between academic versus industry? I mean, what will be some of the key differences depending on those two tracks?
So in terms of the training,
Mhm.
yes. So if you're interested in becoming a college professor at a various level, it could be community college, four-year school, R1 institution. Many programs produce future instructors with no actual teaching training. And since we have a highly successful math ed PhD, we incorporated some of the coursework. Specifically, our specialty is called ROOM, which is Research in Undergraduate Mathematics Education. And so coursework focused at teaching post-secondary students specifically. For industry or government jobs, actual experience, so an internship, a consulting, something along those lines would be more appropriate to prepare them for those jobs.
Thank you.
Both very practical. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, if not, do I have a motion to approve the request from Texas State University for a Doctor of Philosophy in Mathematics?
So moved.
Ms. Hawk, and a second by Mr. Narvaez. Any additional discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you. Agenda item 10I5 is consideration and possible action to approve the request from Texas State University for a Doctor of Philosophy in Mechanical and Manufacturing Engineering. Elizabeth Mayer will present this item and be available to answer any questions. Dr. Aswath and Jesus Jimenez, Professor and Director, School of Engineering, are also available. Questions?
Texas State University is seeking approval to offer a Doctor of Philosophy degree program in Mechanical and Manufacturing Engineering that would begin in the fall of 2024. The proposed program would be offered face-to-face to students on the San Marcos campus. The proposed program would require 55 semester credit hours for students entering with a master's and 79 semester credit hours for students entering with a bachelor's degree. And that concludes my remarks for the program.
It's not very often that you get a chance to design a program from the ground up. Our mechanical engineering program, both at the undergraduate level and the graduate level, is relatively recent, within the last 10 years. And we were actually able to leapfrog the traditional mechanical engineering program to really address Industry 4.0, which is essentially what you're doing is trying to take the emerging technologies and contextualize it within the frame of mechanical engineering. Traditional mechanical engineers learn about fluid mechanics, thermodynamics, structures, design, and so forth. These are foundational things. But today's world really requires our engineers to be proficient in things like advanced robotics, AI, 3D printing, virtual reality, and so forth. So this program that we are proposing in our doctoral level is really the bridge between the foundational and the applied areas of mechanical engineering and getting our workforce and our graduates ready for the workforce of the 21st century. Dr. Jimenez will really talk about the details of the program.
Good afternoon, members of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. Thank you again for having us. And this is my second program I present this year, and we're very excited at Texas State to have such opportunity. Well, the program in mechanical manufacturing engineering, as Dr. Aswath just mentioned, has this emphasis on technology, the Industry 4.0 with a look into artificial intelligence, advanced robotics, automation, data analytics, augmented reality. These are very important topics right now in industry. Also, our students will have the opportunity to explore, not only do that research, but also explore how to build patents and commercialize products, build the startups. And we're looking to have students that develop the next Teslas and of the world, but here in Texas, particularly in San Marcos. What I can say is that the faculty, MME faculty, is dedicated to the success of the program, and they're very excited about the prospect of this PhD. This allows us to continue working with our current students and develop their skills. Many for these students are involved already in our research labs, working as undergrads or master's students. Texas is known for being a manufacturing mecca, producing world cutting-edge products right here, with investments from Texas CHIPS Act and the Federal CHIPS and Science Act. The manufacturing sector is set to grow more, and the future of the workforce will need to be skilled so that they're versed in AI and these topics. One recent report by the American Society of Engineering Education that I like to emphasize is that the nations embracing Industry 4.0 technologies like AI will ignite innovation-based competitiveness. This program, therefore, aims to equip Texas with the workforce needed to tackle these evolving manufacturing challenges. So the proposal has received very well support from our Industry Advisory Board, who represents companies such as Screen, Athena Manufacturing, Tesla, Collins Aerospace, Caterpillar, Samsung Semiconductors, IBM, and Applied Materials. We're deeply grateful for your attention and for considering this program, and we're confident that this will be a valuable addition to Texas and Texas State University. Thank you.
Very exciting. Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I have a question. So with the industry and robotics and what's going on in AI, the faculty, are you interdisciplinary working together, and can you discuss that topic and the experience of faculty in terms of manufacturing and working in robotics directly, and how you have that set up in your program?
Well, definitely this topic of robotics is interdisciplinary. It not only reaches into the mechanical manufacturing engineering program, but it reaches out to other programs like electrical engineering and even civil engineering, who are now designing robots to do those constructions right now. And right now, the faculty that we have, they have some interest in robotics. For instance, let me give my own example. I keep doing my research as an industrial engineer, but now we're exploring things like collaborative robots, humanoids, from the perspective of how to build digital twins. So it's extension of robotics, but also how to apply algorithms like reinforced learning so you can train multiple robots and doing it more efficiently and very, less computational time. So definitely very multidisciplinary topic.
There's always this debate about artificial intelligence in the future and the ethics and all those good things, but as far as robotics and healthcare, that I'm in robotics and in different types of healthcare, and as far as the quality you brought up and in surgeries and things of that nature, I mean, there's a lot out there in terms of possible research and new developments. So, but as far as the faculty and the training for students in this particular program at this level, the doctoral level, I mean, do you feel comfortable on having the faculty that you need?
A comment I would make is I completely agree with you that most of the innovation today is occurring at the interface of disciplines, not within the core disciplines anymore. So in that context, we have a school of engineering. And so we have designed it at the current time in such a way that the faculty can work very closely in an interdisciplinary fashion without necessarily being stuck within their individual disciplines. And their student committees, doctoral committees, can be from the entire School of Engineering. So a faculty member who is in mechanical engineering doing mechatronics potentially, which is an interface of robotics and electronics, could have advisors and committee members both from mechanical engineering and electrical engineering. So a lot of the innovation that occurs here, and you're rightfully correct in saying that, for example, in medical robotics and so forth, is in the interface between medical instrumentation and mechanical engineering and electrical engineering. So it's incumbent on us in the future as administrators to reduce barriers for collaboration. So that's one of the priorities that I do have at our institution, to ensure that we create the upper level mechanism to reduce barriers and encourage interdisciplinary work. And most of our proposals that go out today to federal agencies are interdisciplinary in nature. And we have created a structure where you're able to look at workload and so forth, depending on the amount of work that each individual faculty puts in, so they get credit for it, so they're not penalized for collaborating, but rather encouraged to collaborate with each other.
I actually went to a medical device manufacturing conference a few years ago where they were talking about Industry 4.0 and that there are countries investing in it, countries that don't have manufacturing bases, and they will leapfrog those with manufacturing bases if they don't upgrade to Industry 4.0. And so it's a great program. Thank you very much. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Okay, if not, do I have a motion to approve the request from Texas State University for a Doctor of Philosophy in Mechanical and Manufacturing Engineering? Mr. Narvaez, Dr. Wong, all those in favor, say aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you all very much. Agenda item 10I6 is consideration and possible action to approve the request from the University of Texas Health Sciences Center at Tyler for a Doctor of Philosophy in Integrated Biomedical Sciences. Elizabeth Mayer will present this item and be available to answer any questions. Dr. Brigham Willis, Dean of the School of Medicine, and Dr. Mitsu Ikebi, Chair of the Department of Cellular and Molecular Biology, and Pierre Neuenschwander, Professor of Cellular and Molecular Biology and tentative director of the proposed IBS PhD program, are also available to answer questions. Ms. Mayer.
The University of Texas Health Science Center at Tyler is seeking approval to offer a Doctor of Philosophy degree program in Integrated Biomedical Sciences that would begin in the fall of 2024. The proposed program would be offered in person to students in Tyler. The proposed program will rely on existing faculty expertise and resources from the university's Center for Biomedical Research. If approved, the program will be the first doctorate in biomedical sciences in East Texas. And that concludes my remarks on this degree program. There you go.
Is that better? Hi, Brig Willis, Dean of the School of Medicine. I just want to thank the board for the consideration of this degree program. We're very excited about the future of the School of Medicine having been approved for our MD program just a couple of years ago. One of our students is sitting right there. We're very proud of him. But one of the key things to the development of the school and to address the mission of the School of Medicine is to build research infrastructure and workforce in East Texas. We have some of the most difficult healthcare outcome issues across East Texas, and we need to develop new innovative biomedical solutions to address them. We have a long history of basic science research at the Health Science Center going back decades. We have incredibly talented faculty that's been very successful in achieving millions of dollars in nationally funded research and a history of training students in biomedical science in a master's level program in biotechnology. So for us, this is exactly mission aligned, and I think will be of great benefit both to the workforce, as we heard earlier, the need for biomedical research workforce in Texas, but especially in East Texas, and will help us achieve our goals for the school. And I wanted to thank Dr. Neuenschwander and Ikebi, who are the architects of this program and have been serving our Masters in Biotech students and doing the research at the center for many years. And we're all available for questions.
Okay, so since this is an area of my undergraduate degree, are you ready? No, thank you all. First of all, Dean, congratulations on the work. This board did a lot of due diligence for the medical school, and y'all are off to a great start. My friend Kevin Eltife and all kept us informed on all the great things that are happening there in East Texas and all the great work they're all doing. So I just wanted to say thank you for bringing programs like this to the board.
Of course.
Any comments, Mr. Schwartz?
They do great work in East Texas.
Very good.
I didn't pay him for that.
I wish you could make the motion. Okay. So do I have a motion to approve the request from the University of Texas Health Sciences Center at Tyler for a Doctor of Philosophy in Integrated Biomedical Sciences? Dr. Farias and Mr. Narvaez, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Okay, the motion passes. Congratulations. Thank you. Agenda items 10J 1 through 20 are the proposed rules. Agenda items 10J 1 and 2 were approved on consent. Agenda item 10J3 is the consideration and possible action to adopt the proposed amendments to Board Rules, Chapter 2, Subchapter B, Section 2.32, concerning the approval process for the new certificate programs. Ms. Elizabeth Mayer will present this item and be available to answer any questions.
The Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board proposes adoption of amendments to Texas Administrative Code, Title 19, Part 1, Chapter 2, Subchapter B, Rule 2.32 regarding notification regarding a certificate program. As I mentioned yesterday, this is really pretty straightforward. In the rule, we're now removing the need to collect the classification of instructional programs, or the CIP code, for the individual courses, since we already do it for the program. This was published in the Texas Register on May the 10th, and there were no comments received on this rule. That concludes my remarks.
Okay, great. Any questions? If not, do I have a motion to adopt proposed amendments to Board Rules Chapter 2, Subchapter B, Section 2.32, concerning the approval process for new certificate programs? Motion by Dr. Wong, a second by Mr. Wilson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Agenda items 10J4 through 8 were approved on consent. Agenda item 10J9 is consideration and possible action to adopt new Board Rules, Chapter 2, Subchapter K, Sections 2.230 to 2.241, concerning the approval process for new applied associate's degree programs. Elizabeth Mayer will present this item and be available to answer questions.
The Coordinating Board proposes adoption of Texas Administrative Code, Title 19, Part 1, Chapter 2, Subchapter K, Sections 2.23 through 2.241, concerning the approval process for an applied associate's degree program. As I mentioned yesterday, as with the other degree program, this rule includes information about, as the other degree program types, the applied associate will require submission of that planning notification. The rule also includes that the approval of the applied associate's degree is going to be by the Assistant Commissioner. These rules were also published in the Texas Register, and we did not receive any comments. That concludes my remarks.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Do I have a motion to adopt new Board Rules, Chapter 2, Subchapter K, Sections 2.230 to 2.241, concerning the approval process for new applied associate's degrees programs? Mr. Narvaez, second by, Mr. Clemmer. All those in favor, say aye. Any
Aye.
opposed, say no. The motion passes. Agenda item 10J10 is consideration and possible action to adopt new Board Rules, Chapter 2, Subchapter L, Sections 2.260 to 2.268, concerning career and technical education certificate approval. Lee Rector, Associate Commissioner for Workforce Education, will present this item and be available to answer questions.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members. Nice to be with you again this afternoon. This is the item that I presented yesterday. I went into some detail yesterday. I'll skip a little bit of that unless you would like for me to go into those specific certificates, then I'm happy to do so. So this agenda relates to the establishment of a new subchapter for the approval of career and technical education certificates. And as I mentioned yesterday, there's been significant stakeholder engagement on both this rule, the next rule, the rule that Elizabeth just described, and the two that you voted on the consent calendar. So the stakeholder engagement, we've met through them through the spring, consulted on the rules, had feedback, considered those in the final drafts. So before you today are the new rules for adoption that will govern the approval of these certificates. So the types of certificates are laid out, the characteristics of certificates are laid out, and then those are differentiated in the rule. And I noted yesterday that there are many that are longstanding that community colleges have been using that you know of that are going into the rule for the first time. But there are two new certificates this time. The commissioner mentioned one of those earlier, which is the third-party credential, along with the institutional credential for licensure and certification. So the rules lay out the process for institutions, the criteria, the process, the criteria and timelines for the coordinating board for approval, and they contain the provision for a phase-out for institutions reporting to the coordinating board. That concludes my comments. Happy for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Rector. Any questions? Do I have a motion to adopt new board rules, Chapter 2, Subchapter L, Sections 2.260 to 2.268 concerning career and technical education certificate approval? Ms. Hawk, and a second by Mr. Wilson. All those in favor, say aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? The motion passes. Thank you. Agenda item 10J11 is consideration and possible action to adopt new board rules, Chapter 2, Subchapter M, Section 2.290 to 2.297 concerning career and technical education local need course approval. The director will present this item and be available to answer any questions.
Thank you. This rule also lays out the establishment of a new subchapter related to career and technical education local need courses. I noted to members yesterday that a local need course is the way by which a new workforce education course comes into being when a college or institution sees that there is no course in the workforce education course manual and one is needed for the local economy. A local need course is put forward for approval, and eventually that becomes a mainstream workforce course comprising the programs that you know. So this lays out the process, the timeline, and the manner in which these are presented by an institution, as well as the approval and timeline for the coordinating board. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Do I have a motion to adopt new board rules, Chapter 2, Subchapter M, Sections 2.290 to 2.297 concerning career and technical education local need course approval? Motion by Dr. Wong, and second by Mr. Clemmer. All those in favor say aye. Any
Aye.
opposed say no. The motion passes. Thank you. Agenda item 10J12 was approved on consent. Agenda item 10J13 and 14 were withdrawn from the agenda. Agenda items 10J15 through 10J19 were approved on consent. Agenda item 10J20 is consideration and possible action to approve proposed amendments to Board Rules Chapter 22, Subchapter N, Section 2.288 concerning the Texas Leadership Scholars Program. Dr. Janelle Strother, Assistant Commissioner for Student Success, will present this item and be available to answer questions.
Thank you. Today's rule amendments for your consideration include adopting amendments to the Texas Leadership Scholars Program. As I mentioned yesterday, specifically this rule 22.288 outlines eligibility requirements students must meet to become a Texas Leadership Scholar. The amended section clarifies that a student must apply for financial aid every year. And if the student does not qualify or meet the financial need criteria, that they still can remain in the program. And additionally, the institution, while we encourage them to help with tuition and fees, they are not required to do so. We did not have any comments during the 30-day public comment period, and this concludes my remarks.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Strother. Any questions?
Not about the rule change, but I do have a question. I'm just curious if we have an intention to track the outcomes of the participants in the program.
Yes.
And indeed, Jenny, do you want to share some of the early findings on retention and kind of year-over-year retention with the participants?
Yes, absolutely. So our retention rate and persistence rate is sitting at about 96% for both cohorts. We have just started a evaluation process to start looking into and studying the student profile, the school districts in which we are receiving students into the program, and their outcomes based on their experience on their campuses. We actually plan on delivering this evaluation to you all in this report over the coming months. So I'm really excited about the work.
That's great. Any other questions or comments? Do I have a motion to adopt the proposed amendments to Board Rules Chapter 22, Subchapter N, Section 22.288 concerning the Texas Leadership Scholars Program? Was that Mr. Clemmer and Ms. Hawk? All those in favor say aye. Any
Aye.
opposed say no. The motion passes. And this concludes the agency committee, the Committee on Academic and Workforce Success part of the agenda.
Okay, thank you, Emma. Next, we'll go back to Stacy's report committee.
Yes, thank you. I believe we are now ready for agenda item 8. Oh dear. 8H7 is consideration and possible action to adopt new board rules, Chapter 22, Subchapter R, Sections 22-360 through 369 concerning the Nursing Student Scholarship Program. Dr. Charles Quintero-Poles, Assistant Commissioner for Student Financial Aid Programs, will present this item and be available to answer questions. Hello.
Thank you. My apologies. My streaming froze upstairs. So I was wondering why the executive session was going so long. So, but so none. So anyways, this is regarding Chapter 22, Subchapter R, which was created through negotiated rulemaking relating to the Nursing Student Scholarship Program. The program creates a need-based scholarship for students that are pursuing vocational, undergraduate, or graduate training in nursing at Texas colleges and universities. As I mentioned yesterday, we did receive one comment on the rules, and based on that comment, we did expand the eligibility to include both undergraduate and graduate students, while still placing priority on those students who have not yet received their RN license. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Members, any questions? Is there a motion to adopt new board rules, Chapter 22, Subchapter R, Sections 22-360 through 369 concerning the Nursing Student Scholarship Program? I have a motion by Mr. Wilson. Second,
Second.
Dr. Frias. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye. Motion passes. Agenda item 8H11 is consideration and possible action to adopt new board rules, Chapter 23, Subchapter K, Sections 23-300 through 305 concerning Nurse Loan Repayment Assistance Program. Dr. Charles Quintero-Poles will present this item and be available to answer questions.
Thank you. So Chapter 23, Subchapter K creates the rules for the new Nurse Loan Repayment Assistance Program. This program creates a loan repayment assistance program for Texas nurses with particular emphasis on those who are practicing in rural areas or parts of the state with significant shortages of healthcare professionals. There were no comments received on the rules. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Are there any questions? Members, is there a motion to adopt new board rules, Chapter 23, Subchapter K, Sections 23-300 through 305 concerning Nurse Loan Repayment Assistance Program? Thank you.
Second.
Is there a second?
Yes, second.
Well, I was going to say Ms. Wolfschlager. And I keep wanting to call her Ms. Schwartz. Sorry, that's why I'm holding up Ms. Wolfschlager. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Navarez. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Thank you. Motion passes. And this concludes our portion of the meeting.
Thank you. Next, we'll move on to agenda item 11, which are matters relating to the Agency Operations Committee, chaired by Welcome Wilson. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. During the Agency Operations Committee meeting yesterday, the committee approved the minutes from the April 24th committee meeting and the internal audit and compliance monitoring plans. The committee also received a report on grants and contracts, an overview of the legislative appropriation request, a review of the fiscal year 2023 financial report, an update on internal audit reports and activities, and an update on state and federal compliance monitoring reports and activities, and updates on Chapter 1 of the board rules. Agenda item 11B is discussion and possible action to approve the legislative appropriation request, LAR, including exceptional items. Sarah Keaton, Deputy Commissioner for Administration, and Anthony Infanini, Chief Financial Officer, will present this item and be available for questions.
Good afternoon, Sarah Keaton. We presented on this item yesterday and spent some time talking about our two main exceptional items based on financial aid, predictability and portability, and research funding, particularly around the trip balances that have accrued. We don't have any new information to present today, but are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions? Is there a motion to approve the legislative appropriations request, LAR, exceptional items, and delegate to the chair the authority to finalize the LAR in accordance with instructions issued by the LBB, including exceptional items? Do I have a motion, please? I have a motion by Stacy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Yep, second by Juan. All those in any other discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Agenda item 11C was approved on consent. Agenda item 11D is the review of the fiscal year 2024 financial report to the board. This item does not require any actions. Mr. Infantini will present this item to the committee and is available for any questions.
Apologies for that. Reiterating what Sarah said, we kind of went through everything in a bit of detail yesterday in the report, but I'm happy to answer any questions on anything in particular or any future reports on that.
Any questions? If not, we'll move on to thank you. We'll move on to agenda item 11E is consideration and possible action to approve the internal audit plan for fiscal year 2025. R.B. Gonzalez, Assistant Commissioner for Internal Audit and Compliance, will present this item and be available for questions.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. R.B. Gonzalez, Assistant Commissioner over Internal Audit and Compliance. We're seeking the full board's approval for the internal audit plan, which presents a roadmap for the projects we'll conduct next year. We propose 5 projects in broad areas such as IT, data security, community college finance, specifically how we obtain, analyze, and provision community college data, grant administration, academic program approvals, and contracts and procurement. It's a flexible plan that's designed to allow us room to address any emerging risks or events should they happen in the future. And it also includes other non-project activities that we'll conduct. This concludes my remarks. I'm happy to take any questions.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Any questions, members? If not, do I have a motion to approve the internal audit plan for fiscal year 2025? Motion, do I have a second? Second by Emma. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Hearing none, the motion passes. Agenda items 11F, 1 through 3 were approved on the consent agenda. Agenda item 11G is the consideration and possible action to adopt compliance monitoring plan for fiscal year 2025. R.B. Gonzalez, Assistant Commissioner for Internal Audit and Compliance, and Paul Mayer, Director of Compliance, will present this item and be available for questions.
Thank you, Chairman, members. Paul Mayer, Director of Compliance. I'm presenting the proposed compliance monitoring plan for fiscal year 2025 for your consideration and approval. The compliance plan offers a strategy for compliance projects to enhance and protect our agency's mission. We designed a flexible plan to address critical risks as they occur. We developed projects in this plan by systematically assessing risk, including statutorily defined risks, discussing risks with management, discussing risks with other stakeholders, including institutions, and using our own professional judgment. The plan includes 25 projects, roughly split into 3 equal major areas, including formula funding, financial assistance, and sexual misconduct reporting. The attached documents include details on the specific institutions and types of projects that we expect to conduct. With that concludes my comments. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, gentlemen. Any questions for them? If not, do I have a motion to adopt the compliance monitoring plan for fiscal year 2025, please? Thank you, Juan. Do I have a second? Motion and second. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Agenda item 11H, 1 through 8, and 11I, 1 through 2 were approved on consent. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the Agency Operations Committee part of the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. At this point, this concludes our meeting. Before we leave, again, thank you, Commissioner, for all the service for the students in the state of Texas. Thank you so much for all you've done for higher education and will continue to do. The time is exactly 3 p.m. And do I have a motion to adjourn? Okay, motion by Mr. Navarre, second by Ms. Hawk. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any
Aye.
opposition? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you all. Have a great afternoon.